Good morning, everybody. Thank you for taking time out of your busy day. I'm Melinda. I'm the chairman for the planning committee for the training event. And also I'm with Washington PTAC as a small business advisor. I would like you all to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, if you could please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. I would like to introduce Kay Baltz. She is the chairman of our committee, and she will take it from here. Thank you so much, Kay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow, we've got more than 100 in attendance already. Good morning and welcome. Unless you're on the East Coast, then good afternoon. Let's see, we've got lots of exciting news. Our board is in place as to who the final outcomes for the elections. So I will be your chairperson for the next two-year session. Mr. Mike Gilbert from the Air Force will continue as vice chair. We've got David Walls that will continue on as the secretary. And we have a nomination interest for the treasurer position, and we would like to go ahead and collect a vote from everyone. If we can collect that, throughout the day, can you send an email to David Walls and he can tally the votes, or even just sending in the subject line yes if you're for Mr. James Glenn from Walla Walla District USACE, or if no, then let Dave know that. But I don't see any reason we wouldn't welcome Mr. James Glenn to come onto the board and be our treasurer for the next two-year term. Let's see. Oh, little history on Mr. Glenn. He is a small business deputy at the Walla Walla District, Army Corps of Engineers. He's been there for, gosh, it's probably about 7 or 8 years now. He's been there a little while. He's very seasoned, very knowledgeable, and I think he would do a great job keeping track of our books for us. Okay, let's see. Also want to give a big thank you to the PTAC for sponsoring and hosting this event for us. We couldn't do it without Jeremy and Vanessa. Thank you so very, very much, as well as the rest of the PTAC. We have some wonderful chair people that are on our team as well. We've got Melinda, we've got Ms. Jackie, we've got Vanessa, and Ms. Mary Jo. And so thank you to each of you for helping to pull this all together and make it a success. Let's see, as we roll into our events today, we've got a very interesting and informative training session available. And I am very excited to introduce our first speaker, who's Mr. Brad Taylor. He's joining us from Washington, D.C. He works at the headquarters for NAVC, Office of Small Business Programs. We're fortunate, and he's returning. He was with us a few years ago, and his presentations are most interesting and informative and very, very helpful for all of us. So at this point, I think I'd like to pass the torch on over and let Mr. Taylor take it away.
Well, I thank you very much for being here, and thank you, Kay, for that introduction. Actually, I work for the Secretary of the Navy's Office of Small Business. We have similar letters, but the director of NAVC is much for small business is much smarter than myself. So I have 44 years of experience with the Navy. My background is primarily, I was in the Merchant Marine for a long time, and then primarily contracting, and I think it's from 2006 that I've been in the small business realm. Everybody has these acronyms after these initials after their names, and I've mentioned this before, I think, and I've kind of said that mine is AAGG for all around great guy. And I believe that it was David that said, no, it really should be CBS. And I said, oh yeah, well, what's that? And he's a certified BSer. So I think that David kind of really captured the whole thing. And oh, there's a little emoji going up. That's but I think that these gatherings, these regional gatherings, have really taken off for the years. And I used to work very closely with Janice Buffler when she was at DoD, and when she retired, I got to say that not only was I somewhat jealous, but a whole lot of corporate knowledge walked out the door with regards to ESRS. She is she was really the brain trust, the main super user that even SBA would ping her on the shortfalls of ESRS. And but it's a system that we have for monitoring subcontracting compliance. And DoD has offered to spend $1 billion to come up with a better system. And it's like, for what? There's better ways to monitor subcontracting performance. And I'll get to that as well. But I have, based on my experience, and I am the subcontracting program manager for the Navy, and I'm also the principal liaison or principal advisor to DAS and procurement, Ms. Cindy Shaver, with regards to small business. And subcontracting is obviously kind of like the wild, wild west. And I just want to, as I remember, this is a gathering both of government and large businesses, correct? Is that, anybody chime in there? We've got the SBLOs. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what I figured. And boy, look at all those little thumbs go up. I'm glad it's the little thumbs, and some of the emojis now are a little obscene, but but in any event, let's talk ESRS. And the presentation that I'm going to give, I like to give training materials that you can take away and pass it to your people. This is when I do these procurement management reviews, the PPMAPs, the Procurement Performance Management Assessment Program reviews, I find that there are systemic problems throughout the Navy. And then GAO does these studies, and we have the Naval Audit Service doing studies, and then the DoDIG gets in, and everybody points to the same thing, that we have problems with monitoring and complying with our subcontracting plans. And so a big part of that I find is in data integrity, and how the information is entered into ESRS, and the importance of it. I was mentioning before we got online here live that when I first started out as a contracting officer, I used to get these paper forms called 294s and 295s, which was the ISRs and the SSRs, and I didn't know what to do with them. I just trashed them. And now a lot of our contracting officers can do that virtually. All they have to do is just go click, click, I accept, or just ignore it. And if they ignore it, then it screws everything up. So if now for the presentation, am I going to pull up my presentation, or if somebody else has got the slides there?
Yeah, so I have your slides if you'd like me to run those.
Yes, please. That would be great. And that way I can say next slide, please, and it makes me feel important.
1 second.
I was at one presentation one time and the slides didn't get to the organizer, and it was like, oh boy. And that was in my early days, and I didn't have a backup, which wasn't a problem, but the organizer sitting there, so I kept telling them, next slide, please, and they would get into the next presentation as they're clicking away, and it was, I just had to mess with them. So that's why I enjoy doing that. In any event, next, we can go to the next slide. We know what today's date is. I think today's the 24th. Yeah, okay, we're good. First of all, we've got to understand in the subcontracting program whose responsibilities are what. And in any of these cases, I get contractors that contact me and say, oh, listen, this hasn't been processed, or this is, hasn't been accepted, and or there's an error here, or I can't get into the system, and all of this. And so I think that it's important to understand that, first of all, the electronic subcontracting reporting system is not a small business database. It is a contracting database. And the agency coordinator for your ESRS for the Navy sits over in DAS&P, in the Pentagon. The super user used to be at DoD, and it still is. Carla Johnson is the DoD subcontracting program manager for DoD, but she doesn't have the corporate background on all of the issues related to it. So she relies on some of us that have been around longer dealing with this, and I guess that since I haven't gotten fired yet, that I'm probably the corporate knowledge on a lot of the ESRS. But when filing the data, part of the problem here is that everybody has these different responsibilities and access levels and all of that. But it first starts with the contracting officer. And when an award is made, the contracting officer has to fill out a contract action report that's called a CAR. And unfortunately, if I am not mistaken, unless it's been corrected, in the CAR, when they're going through this list, this checklist basically of different things, the default setting in the system is no subcontracting plan required. So unless the contracting officer physically changes that, then there's an issue. Because if that doesn't show that a subcontracting plan is required, then the contractor's not going to be able to enter their data, and the contracting officer won't see anything. The other thing to remember is that in registering for when you're registering the awards, there's the 9700, that's the code for DoD, and for Navy it's 1700. And we have a lot of times that contractors select DoD as the awarding agency or the target agency. And that screws things up, because then the contracting officer can't see it, because they are just limited to the 1700 level. They can't see anything in the 9700 level. So then that comes to me where I can see 97 and 17 and be able to sort things out. But there's a problem there that arises. Within each of the commands, there is an agency coordinator for that particular command. Generally, they're dual-hatted. They're in the contracting policy shop, and they're supposed to be able to resolve a lot of these issues. But a lot of these people, there's a fairly good sized turnover of these people, so that creates a little bit of a problem. Next slide, please. Point of contacts, that's me. I'm the subcontracting program manager, and I have various levels of access, and there's only a few of us. Each of the DoD activities, the services, and what we call the fourth estates, the smaller contracting agencies within DoD, have a program manager. Then you have the contracting official, and that's going to be the contracting officer. And then the designated user is going to be the small business professional. Now, in the small business professional generally is not the one that should be accepting or reviewing the ISRs or whatever has been submitted. That really should be the contracting official, and that a contracting official generally, for most cases, is going to be a contracting officer's representative, unless we're dealing with SSRs, which I'll get to. That is dealing with that DCMA is responsible for. So as you can see, there's many different hands in this system, and many different people that are entering data or have can view the data. But primarily, the most important one here is the contracting official. Next slide, please. I don't know how many people are new to this whole process, and so forgive me if I try to dumb this down a little bit, but there's different subcontracting plans or types, okay? There's individual plans, and an individual plan has, that's basically the goals associated with a particular contract. What is not shown here is a master plan. A master plan is kind of like the boilerplate or the umbrella plan for a, say, a multiple award contract. When a task order is issued, goals are then associated with that particular task order, and that master plan in essence becomes an individual plan. So really, when you have the business case, the business logic that's within the subcontracting plan, and then you put together the goals in a subcontracting plan, then you've got an individual plan. So just think of the master as kind of the umbrella. The commercial plans I hate, and most people don't even know what to do with those things. The commercial plans, in this case, ISRs are not required. In all cases, ISRs are not required under a commercial plan. Commercial plans are entered into each year. And for instance, as the Navy, if a contractor comes to me and says, I have a commercial plan that was approved by a contracting officer at Treasury or DHS or something on that order, and I want to use that, the contracting officer is then in a dilemma, because he has to have, he has to accept a plan that is from an offer that's acceptable under the, meets all the objectives and meets the requirement. Well, he doesn't have any control over a commercial plan that is led by another agency. So this becomes a problem. And then it becomes a problem on who is going to accept the summary subcontracting reports, the SSRs, in a commercial plan. And that's supposed to be done by the contracting officer that signed it. Well, a lot of times the contracting officers that have signed these things have moved to another command. The contracting officers are very fluid. Unlike myself, I was a contracting officer for 30 years, I guess, with one command, which was highly unusual. But then I'm an old guy, and you have a younger workforce now that is very fluid. And this is probably the biggest shortfall or biggest issue that we have with ESRS is, who do we contact? I don't even know who to contact in a lot of cases. Try to find out who the contracting officer is for a particular award. They've got a new contracting officer, and that contracting officer may not even be aware that they've got a subcontracting plan. When you're dealing with the SSRs, because DoD came out and said, we are taking the SSRs. Well, they're taking the SSRs for everything except commercial plans. The contracting officer still, who signed that contract, is still responsible for accepting the SSRs. So that's a mess. The comprehensive subcontracting plans are the plans that cover a company's subcontracting performance. And here's where this gets screwy, is that we have some companies such as General Dynamics and I think Lockheed Martin and whatnot that have different business units. And so you may have a business unit that is not covered under the comprehensive plan, but a contracting officer going into, when they're setting up the car, they're not looking necessarily to see what the representations are or anything else like that. And a company may have submitted a comprehensive plan in error, and the contracting officer says, okay, I accept the comprehensive plan, that it doesn't pertain to a particular business unit. So that messes everything up. And when I'm going through looking at subcontracting performance, one of the issues that I'm up against is that we have comprehensive plans that are being submitted, or ISRs that are being submitted under comprehensive plans. And it's like, no. But then what makes it worse is that the contracting officer is accepting these things. So it throws everything out of kilter. Then also, when are these things due? Well, with COVID, I mean, before COVID, it was like, all right, they're due from the contractor 30 days after the end of the period. But then DoD and SBA started sliding things around to May and June and November and December. And all of a sudden it's like, I don't know when these things are due. Even I have to keep looking at these things saying, now, when do I have to give my report? Because the data, for instance, the end of the year, I think we finalized that in June this past year for 2021. So, and that has a big impact because all of these reports are due on a certain day, but we have a certain amount of time after that. The contractor has 30 days to submit the reports. The contracting officers have 30 days. I have 30 days to file a report. And when I pull the data for the reports, I'm pulling it for the end of that, whatever that period is. But the end of that period may be in February. I mean, it may be, 100, or it may be 90 days past when the due date is. And all the data changes because we get about 80% of the the ISRs are submitted on time. That 20% is not. So at what day do we pull the data that's going to show performance under the subcontracting plans? Now, let me just touch on performance here for a sec. And this is vodka, by the way. That's not water.
Brad,
Yes.
can you answer a couple questions first?
No, I can't. Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. The one question is, does anyone use master plans anymore?
Yes, absolutely. Master plans are generally used under multiple award contracts, because when you have a multiple award contract where you're going to have competition of the task orders, you really cannot determine what the level of subcontract, what the goals should be for each task. So when you're setting up to do a task order, you've got to do the market research, and at that point you can determine what the goals should be and all of that. So what a contractor can do is say, okay, this is how I am going to manage my subcontracting program. And they give all that stuff in the beginning, you know, everything but the goals. And so at that point, that master plan is that, you know, the business logic, the business case, does that make sense to the contracting officer? They can accept the master plan. Then when those goals are agreed upon, then that whole thing becomes an individual plan. Okay, so that's a really good question, because a lot of people still get confused about that. There is no reporting under a master plan because you don't have any goals. You also, if you have a BOA, under a BOA, a master plan is absolutely acceptable. And then when you get down to the goals, that's when you can get to the nitty gritty. But if you cannot determine the goals up front, then you've got to use a master plan. Okay.
The next question is, why do they issue task orders?
Oh, well, they have to issue task orders because some of these requirements are very broad. So, and you may not know, what your requirement is going to be. It's like, okay, I know that I'm going to have to buy this particular service, say for an aircraft carrier. Well, I may have an engineering study. I may have a design study. There may be construction. All of these things are, as in a total, fulfill the requirement of a multiple award contract. But the subcontracting under each of those areas is going to change. It's not going to be the same. So if I have engineering studies, I may have 20% subcontracting, okay, say a goal. But when it comes down to construction, there may be, because of all the stuff that I'm buying and all the steel and all that other stuff, it may be 50, 60%. So I cannot say under task orders that a task or a contract is going to cover everything, because I may have multiple contractors that all kind of roll up to fulfill a particular requirement. That's why we have task orders.
Okay, there's another one. Isn't the SSR just a summary of all contracts under one agency's small business spend? It
Yeah,
seems,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, it seems it's the same information that is recorded on the ISRs. Is this correct?
No, it's not. SSRs to me are, well, I'm not going to say completely useless because some people have formed a career around SSRs. But SSRs are a snapshot of 1 year. And what SSRs does is it measures all of a company's subcontracting dollars for that year. And that's what's reported to DoD and then to SBA and to Congress to say, this is how much the spend is under subcontracting. Okay. ISRs, on the other hand, are cumulative. So you have, from the commencement of the contract, for each period, it is going to show the dollars are increasing. So that's one of the things, if you are checking to see whether or not a subcontract, the ISR is accurate or not, you should be able to see increasing dollars over the period of performance. Now, when I report on the ISRs, I pull data for a particular period. Now that's the data is, we look at 1 year, but there's 2 reporting periods. So we look at mid-year and we look at end year. So in a lot of cases, if this is another issue, if a contractor comes up and fails to submit a mid-year report, that end-year report sometimes shows up as a mid-year report, and that you don't have an end-year report. And so it's like, now wait a minute, this is all hosed up. So when a contracting officer or Corps is reviewing the ISRs, they have to make sure that it's for the right reporting period and that this contractor has consistently been submitting the reports as required. And so this is another issue here is that when you have a contract, let's say that contract, if the period ends in March and that contract ends in January, say, the contractor submits a final report, and that final report should be submitted in September, October timeframe. And if they submit it right at the end of the contract, that shows up as a mid-year as well. So it's trying to sort out what the data is very difficult. We also have to remember that our subcontracting performance, okay, a lot of people say, well, why don't we have subcontracting goals for the Navy? Because people want to put that into the contracts or into the RFPs. And what they do is that they say, well, there's no Navy goals, so we're going to use the statutory goals from DoD. And I say, don't do that, because those goals, first of all, are set by politicians, so they don't represent reality. The second is that they don't represent the level of subcontracting for a particular requirement. So in each requirement, you have to have market research to see what should that level of subcontracting be under that particular contract. There's also holes. The hole is ISRs only reflect subcontracting for those contracts that are over $750,000. And so it doesn't look at the overall spend of a particular, under a particular contract or for the Navy, to be able to say these are going to be my subcontracting goals. It also does not pertain to small businesses. So if you're a small business, you don't report any of this stuff. So while we're talking about that, there is a solution, and I believe I talked about it in the past. And that solution is to utilize FAR Part 15 as opposed to FAR Part 19. This is where I become a real FAR weenie here. But it's FAR Part 15 is how to deal with subcontracting evaluation practices. This is how we evaluate, negotiate our procurements. Small business participation is covered under FAR Part 15, and actually under DFARS 215, it says that acquisitions that are best value that require a subcontracting plan must also be evaluated for small business participation. Small business participation has a small business participation document. And in that document, there is a certain, what we call a minimum qualitative requirement, an MQR. That is not a goal, but it's like, okay, market research says that there should be 40% subcontracting under this particular requirement. And that pertains, that's not a goal. That's a minimum technical requirement that the contractor has to meet. And the nice thing about this, it also pertains to small businesses. So small businesses have to show that they are meeting that MQR as well. And if it's important enough to evaluate under the contract, it should be important enough to include as a CDRL under the contract. And so we could actually get reporting monthly if we wanted, but quarterly, whatever we want. It gives us more transparency, gives us a more holistic view and of subcontracting, and it also applies to commercial plans and comprehensive plans. Those plan holders have to submit reports in accordance with, for small business participation. It does not negate or does not run counter to a subcontracting plan, because the business cases between a small business participation plan and a subcontracting plan should be identical. But the dollars should be identical. But because subcontracting plans, the denominator is the total dollars to be subcontracted, while in the small business participation, the denominator is total contract value. So the percentages are going to be different. But those two, the subcontracting plans and small business participation, should complement each other. They shouldn't run counter. And being applicable to small business, they don't have small business plans, but they do then have to abide by small business participation requirements. That's a solution to dealing with the nonsense that we have to deal with subcontracting plans. Subcontracting plans, in this reporting, this ISR and this SSR stuff, don't even worry about the SSRs from a from a contracting officer point of view. From a contractor's point of view, yeah, you got to worry about it. Okay, that's just another form that you've got to submit. And then, so then we also, with the ISRs, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize that if a contracting officer is not accepting the ISRs in ESRS as they should be, it tells me pretty quickly that somebody's not paying any attention to subcontracting. So it gives me a very simple metric, a flag to say, hey, Mr. Contracting Officer, what are you doing? You're not complying with the requirements to accept the ISRs. The other thing is that when a contracting officer gets into the system, And I've got to say that we've got a bunch of them that do this. They go click, 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 accept, 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 accept. And they're not looking at, they don't have to accept a subcontracting plan based on the accuracy. They are accepting a subcontracting plan at that point based on the completeness. So what they should then be getting into is looking at the ISRs to see if a contractor is not meeting particular goals, then they should be getting into a take a look at the remarks section to see what does the subcontractor or what does the contractor say why they're not meeting these goals. We have many contracts right now that small business is fine. Everything looks great. But then you get into the socioeconomic and things just fall apart. Nobody's paying attention to that stuff. So that's something that we have to look at to say, all right, how is a contractor performing? But then the argument comes up is that there's just too many of these ISRs to take a look at. Well, one solution to that is that the Navy has developed a performance measure. It's not a goal, it's not a metric, but we found that 80% of our contractors are within a reasonable level of subcontracting performance. For contractors that are not 80%, that the majority of our contractors are within 80% of their goals. So we've developed a performance measure that says, let's filter out those that are not meeting that 80% and just say, let's pull these aside for a secondary review. In those particular cases, we've got to realize that subcontracting is not linear, that subcontracting may take place, may be heavier towards the end or the middle or the end of the contract as opposed to the beginning. I mean, most of the times it's the beginning, but it can occur at different stages of the contract. So all it does is flag it for the contracting officer to look at. It goes, okay, good, good, good. Oh, wait a minute. This particular plan or this ISR, they're not meeting their 80%, and the rationale behind not meeting that 80% is not any good. Then they can enter into a discussion with the contractor. If the contractor doesn't come up with a reasonable explanation of what's going on and then correct the ISR, then we can have a flogging in the public square, and go with whatever remedies. The remedies here for non-performance is limitations of subcontracting. And as I said, I've been in contracting forever, and I have never seen anybody, maybe the Army once, go after a contractor for not meeting their limitations of subcontracting. It's nonsense. Oh, I'm sorry, liquidated damages. That's what happens when you get old. So the liquidated damages is completely useless. The bigger hammer is subcontracting performance, past performance under CPARs. As a contracting officer, when I would select or put in a negative past performance into CPARs, as soon as I hit that button, I'd almost get a call from the contractor saying, "What are you doing?" That's a bigger hammer than liquidated damages. So there's a lot of talk right now that that's going on within DAS&P, within OSBP, to see how can we better quantify subcontracting performance. Really trying to push small business participation over, just merely using subcontracting plans. And when there is a subcontracting plan, then a small business participation plan and that subcontracting plan are basically saying the same thing with different percentages. So it's really not creating any additional work for the contractor, but it's pulling in more people that we can utilize or that we can evaluate for subcontracting performance. So those are kind of the key issues of what we use this information for. The ISRs. The ISRs are most important to us. SSRs are for Congress. Any other questions there?
Yes, there's lots. I just had an inquiry from a client that is new to her position with the company. Her question was how to create a subcontracting plan as a tier 3 contractor. She said her customer is not disclosing their customer nor prime, therefore not disclosing the agency. All she knows is that it's a DoD agency. She was told by her customer to provide a subcontracting plan to them because they are a large company. As a tier 3 subcontractor, is a large company required to provide a subcontracting plan? If so, with limited information, what should they flow down to their subs? Thank you.
Well, everything should flow down through the subcontractors. Okay. So, as far as subcontracting performance, whatever that tier 3 is doing would reflect in the tier 2 and then the tier 1. And so those dollars should be captured all at tier 1. And everything is related to the DUNS, and now it's something different from, and I can't remember what they now call it through SAM, that changed the name of these things to screw everybody up.
It's a UEI.
Yeah, okay. It all rolls up to that. Okay. So the only thing that we're concerned about, because we don't have any privity of contract with the subs, the only thing that we care about is a prime's subcontracting performance, because that should cover everything. All the flow down clauses should cover the reporting for the tiers. And if they're not flowing down these clauses, shame on them. That they really should have these clauses, because it protects the subs as well. Okay. Not only is there that reporting requirement, but it's also the ensuring that subs get paid and all that type of stuff. So, but our primary responsibility is we just evaluate the primes, because everything's going to roll up to them. Anything that happens between the primes and their subs, well, that's the prime's responsibility. And now that's where past performance comes in, because if they're not accurately reporting or they're not getting all the data, that does reflect on subcontracting performance. Not subcontract, just past performance. I hope that answered the question.
There's another question. Do you have any suggestions on getting the government to act on ISRs received, accept or reject? About 80% of my ISRs remain in pending status, even though sending separate email requests for action.
Yeah, I'm wondering about the same thing. I've got a big hammer and I'm pounding people in the head. telling them to get these things done. You know, that it's now this is the problem, is that you know, in the contracting community, they often like to portray themselves as overworked and underpaid, and you know, that they're critically important, yada yada yada. I was one of those people, you know. This whole self-importance thing is pretty amazing. Now that I am the redheaded stepchild in the small business arena, I can poke jabs here, but it's the ISRs. I agree that there's a lot of people that are not accepting these things, and they remain in the pending status. I know of a particular command that is very bad at that, and so I report this twice a year. And I also review it during the what we call the PP maps, the performance management reviews. That goes right up to the head of their organization, and we compare each command's performance. We put up on the screen, and we show what that performance is. Recently, we had a meeting. Our office had a meeting with all of the heads of contracting and the Secretary of the Navy. It was on an offsite, and first time in my career was I able to just sit there and watch 3-star admirals squirm, because they couldn't come up with an explanation of these things. And it was very interesting. And the secretary said to one guy, you know, he says, "Hey, Admiral," the Admiral says, we could talk about this at the break. And the secretary said, well, and who's a very pro small business guy because he owned a small business at one point. He says, I agree. We can talk about it. He says, but it'll be in my office. So we're going to have these meetings more than likely with the secretary on a quarterly basis. And so that's where a lot of these things can be, are highlighted. Secretary is not very fond of non-performance and ignoring some of these things. So this is kind of a big deal right now. How do we measure subcontracting performance, and how do we improve accountability? And I got to say, this is probably the first time in my career that I've seen leadership really try to ensure that government and industry are held accountable accordingly.
Okay, the next question is, what is considered the end of the contract? Is it when the material is delivered or when the period of performance is over?
It's when the period of performance is over. Okay, so that's that. And then the contract gets closed out. So, but you may have say a 1-year contract, and you deliver the goods or whatever it may be at the 6-month mark. My question is, why do you have a 1-year contract if there's going to be goods delivered? But and that's generally where a multiple award contract comes in. That the multiple award contract could be for, say, 5 years or something on that order, and that you're going to have task orders over a period of time. The task orders, each task order is done, is finished when the goods are delivered, but the overall contract is finished when the period runs out. So I'm going to say it's both in this particular instance, in that instance.
Okay. The next question is, I'm interested to know how contractors are dealing with one ESRS account one password per person. I submit 200 ISRs each reporting period and have a team that helps. All of our contracts are located in my SBLO account. If a person signs in under their account, I will only have access to view their ISR submission, not to change it before submission. How are other folks dealing with this issue?
Well, the login on this, this is all, it's all kind of changing too, because right now to get into ESRS, you have to go through login.gov. And that's the one account, one password sort of thing. DAS and P is deactivating all accounts under ESRS that have not been used or have not been accessed for 1 year. So as a contractor, you'll be able to see your ISRs that are being submitted. And based on that one login, you'll be able to get into it and without stuff getting lost. I'm not sure that there's, as far as the issue, I guess that I would probably need some more information to see, because I haven't heard that problem before. Just talking out loud here, you log into the system, you enter the data, and then it's released. And that's kind of the way that it works. That nobody else can mess with it except for if there is a problem, then it's rejected, thrown back to you guys, back to industry for or to that company for revision and resubmitted. So we can't change anything under that. And if you need anything, my email address, by the way, it used to be really simple. Now they've made it very complex. And let me just throw that out here into the chat while I've got it here. But it's Bradley.d. I'll just put it here. It's good. Go ahead while I'm trying to type here. Next question. Is there next question?
Yes. How does a person get the Federal Service Desk to respond in a timely manner to questions, issues with ESRS? If an issue gets elevated to second tier, I never receive a response.
Yeah, same thing. That's a good question. Once you figure that one out, let me know. that Federal Service Desk is a disaster. So I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, is the SBCD only for a submittal for competitive proposal? Does it need to be updated during the life of the contract?
It's only for competitive proposal because under sole source, it's not an evaluation factor. So it would be competitive procurement. And if an action is a contract action, say a modification or whatever, is greater than $750,000, that requires a change of the subcontracting plan, then that would inform or change or should change the small business participation plan as well.
Okay, and then there's another question. Oh, that was just let me see here. Let's see. We have, Jeremy, can you please enable the chat so we can have chat working? Appreciate it.
Yes, I just enabled that. Sorry, I didn't see that was off.
Okay. We have multiple task orders under a map. ISR is filed at the prime contract level. Once one task order is completed, how do we file a final ISR for only that completed task order? Are we required to file within 30 days for this instance?
For a particular task order, yeah, it's the same thing because that task order is a separate contract. Okay. And for the SSR, that all will roll up to the MAC level. But when you're dealing with task orders, then you have that task order is in essence a separate contract. ESRS used to not allow us to enter task orders. That was a problem because it didn't allow tasks under the same contract, under the same data. But now it's you treat a task order like you treat a contract.
Could you talk a little bit about the SF 294s when they are submitted in lieu of the ISR? How does the spend roll up manually?
Yeah, that's a good question. There are very few paper SF 294s anymore, but it is required for, say, classified requirements, or something that may not be electronic. So that the contracting officers got to somehow account for that. I cannot tell you how that works. We used to manually crank it out, but if you've got a manual 294, honestly, I don't know who puts that into the system, or if it's just has to be calculated on top. As I said, we have so few of them now. It's just for the, generally for classified requirements where it's all kind of black contracting.
Okay, we have another question. We have multiple task orders under a MAP. ISR is filed at the prime contract level. Once one task order is completed, how do we file a final ISR for only that completed task order? Are we required to file within 30 days, for instance?
I think you just read that one. Yes.
Oh, I am sorry. Yeah, I just
that's from
that it was done. Sorry about that.
That's from the Department of Redundancy Department.
I know, huh? You can go ahead now with your presentation.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thanks,
So
hon.
next slide. I've only got about 50 more slides here. Now, I threw up some key references here for you, okay? That for federal contractors, the ESRS has some good resources on how to complete the ISRs, what should be included, what should not be included. There's also guidance for commercial plans and for prime contractor task order reporting. So some of these questions that have been raised on task orders, that reference, there's a specific guide there for task order reporting. And there's also a step-by-step ISR and SSR reporting guide, and there's also videos that will guide you through it so that you get a better idea. I think they're from webinars or something that. So those are good resources for the federal workforce. What guides us in our, the rules and the processes, that bottom link there, and industry can pull that up too. It tells the establishes the responsibilities for each individual, the contracting officers, the agency coordinators, yada, yada, yada. But then it tells how we pull the data from ESRS. I have to do this, and I ask the federal people, you can pull it too, that's fine. But if your numbers come out different, which I can almost guarantee they will, don't come back and say, oh, the numbers are different. Well, yeah, they are, because 3 minutes have passed and there's more data in there than there was before. So we have to make sure that that will tell you the processes. There's also subcontracting plan check sheets in there. There's sample guides. That will tell you how the subcontracting program is to be managed. That's a good guide. Okay, that tells you a lot of good information. Okay. I am going to, there is a presentation that is from the from DoD that was presented at the Small Business Training Week this past June. I'm going to forward that to Jeremy so that everybody will have access to that thing to be able to see. It gives examples of what should be looked at in ESRS from a government point of view. It gives some, it gives you a little bit more of an understanding of what's going on within that system. The more you understand about ESRS, the easier it will be for you. Then we have the problem that one of the bigger problems here is that you're going to get everything working properly, and either the contracting officer will shift positions and the ISR is not updated accordingly. So when these things get submitted, nobody gets a notice via email saying, hey, there's an ISR here. So a contracting officer may not realize that they have this ISR out there. The other thing is that the SBLO or from the industry side may change, and so that they don't understand the full process. So between the business guides and the resources through ESRS, it's not complex. It's a fairly quick read on a lot of these things, or even watching the videos. For anybody new coming into the position, watching these things will help you tremendously. If you have a problem that you can't resolve through the agency that you're contracting with, feel free to give me to contact me, and so that I can ignore your notes. Contact me so that I can, because as I said, I've got a lot of the knowledge here. I can then shoot it back to you to try to get you the answer that you need. Internally, I have found that many companies, every time ISRs times come about, it's like, oh, now what is this? This is all brand new to us. And it's like people just go dumb or something. And the reporting here is a real pain in the butt. And for some of it, I got to tell you that it's kind of garbage in, garbage out. But now we are to the point that the secretary is really pushing, and so are we, Navy, probably more so than any of the other services, pushing for accountability. So not only, as I said, not only from our contractors, but from our government people as well. We're not going to drag people out and shoot them. We want to make sure that we've had our discussions and beat them up in private first, that they understand what's going on. A lot of times it's just training issues. For the government people, if you're a small business professional, you got to go through the small business the small business professionals 210 course that's the subcontracting course. You got to go through it. It's mandatory if you're going for credentials, but it's a lot of great stuff. Contractors at this point can't access that. But it's almost like train the trainer. If we can educate our workforce can educate industry. We're in this thing together, people. We're all there together. And the only reason I know about this stuff because I have hit every pitfall, every speed bump. This is my purgatory. I used to ignore subcontracting, and now look who's the subcontracting program manager. So I know every trick that there is to in screwing up with the reporting, in everything that you can imagine. I know it, and I'm not going to be judgmental because this is all very difficult stuff, and so we're here to help. David.
Thanks, Brad, for just this great presentation. I do have a couple, I guess, not really questions, but subjects that maybe you could touch on a little bit. You were talking about MAC contracts and the importance of the task orders and reporting, but you and I both being in the Navy, we have one MAC called Seaport Next Generation. I was wondering if you could maybe touch on the importance on reporting in Seaport. And then second, with the ISRs, as a small business professional myself, I do not accept or reject. However, our contract shop asks me to take a look at them before they accept or reject. And one of the things I notice, first of all, we reject, I hate to say it, but more than 50%, because companies are not using the remarks section of that ISR correctly. So I was wondering if maybe you could touch on the remarks section of the ISR and the reporting in Seaport.
Yeah, absolutely. The reporting under Seaport used to have its own reporting, and it was kind of separate. Now it's all kind of combined, and everything is reported up through ESRS as a task order. It was reported separately before because task orders couldn't be handled under ESRS. So we're kind of that issue has been resolved. With regards to the and let me just say also, when we're dealing with different systems like GSA has their own reporting. Okay, it's their subcontracting plans. It's reported through GSA, not through us. That you might need to know too. With regards to oh shoot, what was the other, David? The other was the reporting on
the remarks section of the ISR.
Oh, the remarks section. Thank you. That is critical for a contractor to put the remarks there of what's going on. If you're not achieving your goals, in that remarks section, say what's going on. Don't hide anything. Okay. If these plans should be a living document. Okay. I'm not going to say that they really are, because you're going to get some contracting officers that are just a pain in the butt. But the remarks are going to capture what is impacting your ability to achieve certain goals. Also, if you are exceeding your goals, put it in the remarks. Sell yourself, okay? Because that's just not a negative thing. That's a to show positive accomplishments as well. We do look at that remarks column. As I said, for the majority of this small business performance, we're fine. But it then comes down to the socioeconomic, that you're going to have the same issues in the service disabled vets and the hub zones that we're having. You're going to run into the same thing. We understand that. But what is your plan to get out of that? You're the one that established the subcontracting plan. How do you plan to achieve your goals if you're not achieving them? So that's where that remarks column comes in. Okay. Did I answer that for you, David?
Yeah, thank you so much, because that's the one thing, the reason why we reject more than half of ours is because they're not telling their story. They're not telling us why they're not meeting, which, like what you're
Right.
saying, it's not necessarily a bad thing because things do change, especially in today's environment. So a lot of times we'll get a copy and paste job from maybe the last ISR, and they're just not telling what the story is. So we
Right.
reject it and ask them to.
And that's okay. And for a contractor, if things change, that subcontracting plan can be renegotiated. If due to the economy or due to this or that or COVID or whatever it may be, or you're not getting enough task orders, change it. And I probably shouldn't be saying this as a small business guy, but if there's 0 goals in there, that doesn't upset me if there's a good business case that can support it. We do not want to subcontract for the sake of subcontracting. That is dumb. That wastes a lot of money. Every dollar that we spend is a dollar that should be going to that warfighter, and it's a dollar out of my kids' pockets that they're paying in taxes, which ultimately I end up paying. So don't do that. If you want to keep me happy, everybody should be very, very attuned to costs, and to make sure that the percentages just aren't BS stuff. That's why I say, when I see these percentages come through that are the DoD percentages, like 5%, 3%, to me, that's an immediate red flag. But I'm not approving or accepting those subcontracting plans. That's the contracting officer. So that's why I get to use forms like this to say, don't do that. Look at what your actual subcontracting is. It's not going to get you any brownie points. And also another key point here, subcontracting plans are not evaluated. They're accepted. Small business participation plans are evaluated. There's a huge difference. And as the Defense Acquisition University instructor used to say, they are subcontracting plans and small business participation plans are kissing cousins, but they shouldn't be living together. Okay, that they are different, and one informs the other, but they are different, and they're different in the way in which we treat them. So you shouldn't be afraid of them. And if you need me to talk further at some point on small business participation and whatever, I can do that, or I can pull the guy in from Defense Acquisition University. So
Great, thank you.
And I see that we're pushing the time here.
We have a couple other,
Yeah, well, my
Hopefully quick
schedule is your
questions.
schedule. I'll tell my virtual driver and car to
what happens when you don't have an email for a KO and the ISR just sits?
let me know, and I will then send it to the command through their small business person to resolve it. Okay, that's that. I am not influenced by contracting or by the requirements people, and so and neither are the small business professionals. They are kind of independent. So we have a different channel to get into the command and get some of these things resolved. Oh, also when I'm talking about for the government people, our job is also to provide a value added to the contracting community. When you have a big acquisition coming through, take a look at that 2579. That's the coordination record for small business. Take a look at that and compare that against the CAR when the award is made. They should almost be identical. And if they're not identical, then have a discussion with the contracting officer. That resolves so many issues from a data perspective. So we don't have to run into trying to get things corrected later on. You had another question?
I was going to say, is it possible for them to email you? That way we can finish the presentation and.
Yeah, that's fine. Sure.
Okay, so everybody else who has questions that I did not address
Yep,
yet, if you
that's
could
fine.
please email him, that would be great.
That's fine.
Appreciate it.
And I'll give you my address for mailing the $5. It's a $5 response charge that I once kidded about when I was a contracting officer about a contractor giving me a Jaguar, and I had somebody that heard it and they got all upset. It was like, no, people are going to hear that. They're going to believe it. I said, really? They're going to really believe that this contractor is going to give me a Jag? Like, I'm really believing that somebody's going to send me money.
So
Come
Brad,
on,
just
people,
curious.
think.
So what color was that Jaguar that,
It was red.
that you got?
And you know how much it is to cost to repair those things? It's horrible. I got gypped. So, but listen, I'm very open to anybody. A little bit like the Maytag repairman, being the program manager. This is my focus of stuff. This is I am happy to help you because let me tell you, it's screwy at best, and nobody has a solution to any of these things. And if we can all kind of work on this together, hey, I'm all for that. It just saves me a whole lot of dealing with problems on down the line. And also, if you're running into an acquisition that you need to, talk to, we can also, pull in our small business professional within a command who is your advocate. And you really should talk to the small business professionals as a business, even if you're a large business. That's entering into those discussions and establishing those relationships. Go for it. And then also just a little advertisement. We have the Navy Gold Coast coming up in the beginning of September out in San Diego. I hope to see some of you out there. It's really a tremendous opportunity to interact and to talk to some leadership. And so thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It has been a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to have you present. You can take topics that, at first glance, it's like, oh, no, but you make them interesting and you make them informative. And I truly appreciate it. And I think I could say that for all those in attendance as well.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I guess there's benefits to starting working when you're about 4 years old, right?
Yeah, we'll go with that. I earned every one of these gray hairs, believe me. And that's just my kids. So. My kids are adequate. My father used to tell me that it must be nice to have smart kids. He says, I never knew what it was like. Feel the love. Feel the love.
Well, we know where you got your sense of humor.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Well, thank you
Well,
very much. God bless you.
Thank you.
Take
Thank
care.
you. We look forward to having you join us again. Thank
No, I
you.
love it. I really do. You take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks. All right. Bye-bye. So as we wrap up ESRS information, wow, I was taking notes. I wonder if everybody else was as well. Thank you. This was really great. So from ESRS, we're going to jump into our legislative updates. We're very fortunate that we have Ms. Yuri Dyson from the SBA, and she is going to share the most current information. She is a wealth of knowledge for anyone who has not met Yuri yet. She is one of those that, you know, she can answer just about any question there is regarding anything to do with the SBA and challenges with small businesses and beyond. So it's been my pleasure to work with her for the last, oh golly, I think the last decade thereabouts. So thank you very much for that. Let's go ahead and pass the torch on over. Ms. Dyson, would you like to take it away?
Sure thing. Thank you, Kay. That was an awfully kind introduction. And oh my gosh, there's many questions I don't know the answer to. If you ask my teenagers, they will tell you there's lots of things I don't know. But on that same token, I'm always striving to find answers too. And fortunately, having been in Fed for a long time, you kind of get to know where to ask, where to look for the answers. And I am very fortunate to work with a very high performing group of folks in the SBA Office of Government Contracting and have really great contacts throughout the procuring agencies. And usually through one of them, I can rustle up the answer for you, but it may take a bit of time. So today I'm going to give you another legislative and regulatory update. I was sharing with the organizers of this event today that this is a slide deck that SBA employees are provided on a regular basis from our headquarters, and it's usually close to 50 slides. And it's updated very regularly, which is awesome because it's very common now that me and my colleagues are being asked to provide this update to various audiences. But I always take a peek at the slide deck before I share it because sometimes there are slides that have been there for quite a while, which is fine if you're hearing this information for the first time. But since this group has kindly invited SBA on a regular basis, I did weed out some slides that we've discussed before. And so if you've not been involved in the spring session, you may have heard otherwise about some other changes that are not highlighted in the slide deck. They probably were touched on the last time. But let's go ahead and talk about this because, as we had with the earlier presenter, who was so fun. I really enjoyed his talk. It may seem like very dry topics. ESRS, subcontracting plans, reviewing them, what happens behind the scenes, what the legislature does with procurement regulations, what the changes in the regs are. It does seem very dry. Excuse me. But when we get down to it, it is pretty interesting and there is a lot happening. And that's definitely the case here with this bundle of information I've got for you today. So I will try to make this interesting for you. I know that we're scheduled for a break after this segment. So we'll try and have an enjoyable time together while we go through this. So let's take a look at the legislative actions that have happened recently, and we can go to the next slide. And thank you, Jeremy, again. Excuse me. So the president signed the NDAA 2022 last December, and it did a few things. It kept the Miller Act threshold, which I believe is at about $100,000 for bonding protection for small business, instead of raising it for inflation. Now, of course, we all know inflation's been a big problem on many levels. since December. I'm not sure if there's going to be any motion to try to relook at this, but at least for the time being, it's at its current threshold. It also required that vendors make sure to keep their SAM information up to date and notify agencies where the firm has a pending offer if the change could affect eligibility for that procurement. So we're trying to be more careful about the accuracy of the information we're using and we're reporting. And as you'll see here, that's a pretty common theme. We're narrowing our focus. We're trying to ask harder questions. We're trying to drive more dollars in a smarter way to small businesses and certain categories of small businesses. That's definitely a theme I saw in this latest slide deck that we're looking at today. Section 864 of the NDAA also gave SBA's Office of Hearings and Appeals jurisdiction over hub zone appeals. I think they might have gone to GAO before, but or maybe folks had thought that they needed to appeal those at GAO. But no, that is an SBA program, and so SBA holds the authority of making those decisions on the appeals. And then this last section requires a DoD report to be done to check on the effects on small business with the new cybersecurity, is it maturity model certification, CMMC. That's been a big focus and worry for a lot of small businesses, especially because much of it does require certain certifications and reviews and things to pass, and that all costs money. So apparently now DoD is going to have to report back to Congress on the effects of that cybersecurity model certification requirement on small businesses. Next slide, please. So here's the PRICE Act. This was signed by the president in February. It's the Promoting Rigorous and Innovative Cost Efficiencies Act. It focuses mostly on DHS and OMB. DHS has a procurement innovation lab, and they focus on innovative acquisition techniques. And so this act will now require DHS to provide an annual report on those techniques, including those used to meet the small business goals. This is a way, I think, for Congress to try and learn more about smart ways to do procurements that reach small business and hopefully spread those out throughout the other procuring agencies beyond DHS. And then OMB is now required to convene a CAO council to examine the best practices in acquisition innovation. So again, we're seeing a focus on the executive offices wanting to find out the best and smartest ways to do contracts. How can we best do the government's business in an efficient way that saves money but still gets the money to those that that may be in need of it most, that may have been underserved in the past. So these are likely our small businesses. So definitely kind of the lens is on these projects. Next slide, please. Okay, so now there's the new NDAA for FY23, which passed the House in July. Hasn't gone to the president yet, but so far it would give qualified 8A firms an additional program year. So this would potentially mean a 10-year 8A program for firms. And it would raise the sole source thresholds to 8 million for most contracts. If I remember correctly, the sole source threshold for non-entity owned firms is at 4.5 million, I believe. And 7 million for, was it supply? It's been a little while since I was a BOS, so forgive me there, but that would be very interesting because then it would open up more sole source opportunities for those 8A firms that are pretty healthy in terms of their capabilities, and it would test them still in a sole source environment for larger capacity contracts before they would have to think about doing an 8A competitive. Then it would extend the deadline if it is approved to transfer the SDVOSB certification, the CVE certification that VA currently manages, to SBA. We'll talk about that in a little bit too. Currently, the deadline to transfer it is SBA is going to be taking that on in January of next year. And then a more detailed analysis for non-manufacturer rule waivers. That's actually something that some PCRs and colleagues of mine have begun to do as we've taken on doing non-manufacturer rule waivers for the foreseeable future. And we do need a lot of really good information from agencies on that when they do come in. So if you're an agency who may need to be submitting some non-manufacturer rule waiver requests, please let your PCR know. We can provide you with some training so that you can be best prepared to submit those and best understand what the process is, because it is a process. There's also a piece in here in this new NDAA about submitting bundling data to SBA, and that's of course a constant concern. And we're always trying to look for ways to better assess how much bundling is happening and the effect it's having with the small businesses. So we'll see if all of this does come to play. It's just passed the House, as I mentioned. And I'm not sure if all of this will be intact by the time it goes to the president. Next slide, please. Okay.
I have a question, Marie, if you don't
Yeah.
mind. Okay, where is the DoD getting the information regarding CMMC requirements affecting small businesses?
Where is the DoD getting information on that? Well, that was a regulatory requirement, and it's a DoD program. So it, I believe, sprung from DoD themselves. Is there, I wonder if I'm missing some aspect of the question.
I don't know. That's the only part I have for this question.
Okay. If the person who submitted it would like to elaborate, I would be happy to take the question later too.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, hon.
Sure. Okay, this is some legislation that passed the House and was sent to the Senate. There's some move to have a Women-Owned Small Business Program Transparency Act to issue an annual report on the Women-Owned Small Business Program. And then there's also a HUBZone Price Evaluation Preference Clarification Act that would extend that price evaluation feature to unrestricted task orders. So that would that's a new piece. You know, currently with the rules the way they are, we can't use a price evaluation preference on task orders for established contracts. But this would bring that into the sphere of using a price evaluation preference. So hopefully more hub zones would be able to be evaluated as having the best offer on a task order. And then there is a Strengthening Subcontracting for Small Businesses Act, just kind of a way of tightening up use of evaluation factors and sub-K plans. I haven't read this one, but it does sound intriguing and seems like it probably would make some good improvements. But it all also depends on the implementation guidance we get too on any of these legislative changes. The proof in the pudding is how they're actually going to be done at the end of the day by the agencies, by the buyers, and what it means for the businesses winning those contracts to comply with those new rules. So myself, I'm always a little bit skeptical. You know, they may sound great here when they're being proposed, but it's important to actually read the implementing guidance, and sometimes that takes a while after the authority comes to pass. So do understand that. Next slide, please. Okay, so this I think is even more interesting. There's a proposal that was introduced in the House to get rid of the bona fide place of business rule in the 8A program. You might recall that during pandemic, SBA temporarily waived the requirement for 8A firms to have a bona fide place of business in a geographic location where they wanted to compete for competitive 8A projects. That was kind of, that's been a bedrock requirement of the 8A program, but during pandemic, there was a desire to try and make things more flexible, especially for the 8A firms, because there were so many difficulties with the pandemic that affected projects. So now the House is proposing to actually get rid of that permanently. This can be a dual-edged sword. I know people who are great fans of getting rid of it. I know people who are would be very upset if it is taken out, because I think it really depends on, looking at the firm's point of view, it depends on what level of development you're at. If you're at a level of development where you're still fairly small and you don't need any more competition for competitive procurements, that's probably going to be a firm who's not going to be happy with this being struck. Contrary, on the flip side, if you're a firm who has developed some pretty good muscle with the 8A program or other customers, and you're ready to compete on more, and you're ready to look at different geographic areas, but was maybe hampered by the fact that you had to have a bona fide place of business in those other geographic areas, this would probably be good news to your ears. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with this. Also introduced in the House is a Military Spouse Entrepreneurs Act, which I think would be pretty exciting for military spouses. And also effort to include Native Chamorro organizations for Native Pacific Islanders to be part of those Native Hawaiian organizations that do get expanded benefits in terms of small business programs. And then the Accelerating Small Business Growth Act, a grant program to help transportation agencies carry out programs for federally funded transportation projects. Next slide, please. Okay, and improve the SBA Act. This was kind of interesting. I hadn't heard about this until I was reviewing the slide. It would mandate annual testimony to Congress from SBA's Government Contracting Business Development branch, and require agencies to allocate small business credit to no more than one socioeconomic category. So I believe what this is saying is that if in the goaling achievements for an agency, if you award to a small business that's also an SDVOSB, I believe this is what it means, that you would not be able to take credit for both small business and SDVOSB achievement. And I'm not sure how one would choose which one, or if you have the ability to choose. So this one I wanted to read up some more on. And if you notice in the slide deck, which you should be getting a copy of, there are hyperlinks. So anywhere where you see the blue hyperlink text, it should take you to the that original document. So it should give you that HR 7628, the actual language in that House measure. So I'm going to be taking a look at that when I get a moment, just to see what it's proposing to do. There's also a proposal on Truth in Small Business Contracting Credit Act for goaling credit, again similar to the Improve SBA Act, and then Small Business Payment for Performance Act regarding partial payment for equitable adjustments. So I think this is a way to try and keep monies flowing to the contractor, even when there's an equitable adjustment that's going to take some time to negotiate, and we all probably have seen that. Sometimes it can take months, unfortunately. But this apparently is a proposal to allow partial payment on that equitable adjustment issue, just to help keep things going. Next slide, please. A bill introduced in the Senate is the Accelerating Small Business Growth Act. This would be a Department of Transportation grant to help small disadvantaged businesses compete for contracts. And then also a measure for disadvantaged business enterprise supportive services expansion for federal highways, so also related to DOT. So, you can kind of see a common theme here, wanting to introduce new laws that help small disadvantaged businesses, help keep small businesses going by promoting the flow of payments to them, but also being careful about how we're counting those small business achievements. Next slide, please. So this is an issue that's in conference. It's passed both the House and the Senate, and it's called the America Competes Act. So definitely there's also been recent focus on buying more American products, using more American-based firms. So I think this kind of goes along with that focus. It would require 1/3 of the small business purchasing for certain items from frontline operational components such as TSA, Secret Service, and FEMA. And then it would also create a DHS mentor protege program for small businesses, as well as historically Black colleges and universities and MSIs. Now this one I'm not sure I know that acronym, MSI. Does anyone else know? Minority Serving Institutions, thank you. Okay, I have heard that before. Thank you so much. Okay, that makes sense then, yeah. So this would be a special mentor protege program, and I presume it would be a separate mentor protege program from the one that SBA currently manages. And then the last section of this America Competes Act that's been proposed would include small business contracting percentages in the annual report of the Defense Production Act Fund. Okay, so it would add a little more detail to the data that's already in that report. Next slide, please. So now we're going to take a look at executive actions. We could go to the next slide. So these next couple of slides, I think we talked about back in March, but they're so important. I wanted to highlight them again. There was an OMB memorandum, Office of Management and Budget memorandum issued in December of last year, advancing equity and procurement. And this has created a big ripple effect throughout all the federal agencies. It raised the government small disadvantaged business goal to 11% for this fiscal year. So it basically changed it partway through the fiscal year. And then it also requires that we're going to have increased goals that reach 15% by 2025. So it's constantly kind of nudging our goal up higher over the next few years. Then it also will be implementing some changes to category management, which has been a big worry for most small business advocates. This is pretty big. It allowed Tier 2 credit in category management for socioeconomic small businesses. So now the awards that agencies make to small businesses, socioeconomic small businesses, get counted, they get credit for that in the Tier 2 group for category management. So they're not lost, if you will, from that calculation. They now do get credit. And so there's a reinforced importance of the small business goal achievements. SBA was also recently invited to be part of the Category Management Council, which originally they were not. So this is really big. We also have our sister agency, Department of Commerce, also as a voting member on that council. So the Advancing Equity and Procurement also is emphasizing increasing the number of new firms in the supplier base. We all know that it's declined over the years, and we want to try and reverse that. And it also makes federal senior managers accountable through their performance evaluations for meeting those small business contracting goals, which is great because that aligns it all with the important work we've all been doing. But unfortunately, some of our senior managers don't have that as an element in their performance evaluations, which kind of takes the focus away from what we do, unfortunately. So this is a positive in my view. And then we also want to make sure that OSDBU's Office of Small Disadvantaged Business Utilization branches in each of the agencies have access to senior leadership, that they're not stovepiped, not able to communicate and raise concerns or make suggestions. So this OMB memorandum, I think, did a lot of amazing things. So we'll see how it all plays out. So far, I know I've seen the agencies I work with. They've been focusing on their increased, their increased SDB goals. Each of the agencies kind of had to relook at their individual procurement center goals. Not all of them raised their SDB goal to 11% because, as you might recall, each agency, each procurement center has their own customized goals, and they all feed up into the government-wide goals. But many of them, for example, might have had like a 7% SDB goal. And now since this OMB memo came out, the executive order came out, maybe that 7% has been changed to 9% for fiscal year 22. So that's something that's been happening behind the scenes that you might not realize if you're not a federal staff person. Next slide, please. This is also something new, but we also did kind of highlight this back in March. SBA has provided disaggregated, or you might say detailed data now on the federal spend by socioeconomic group. So this is a way that we're trying to be more transparent about conveying the information about federal spend. This is the FY20 data. I know that the FY21 disaggregated data is being worked on now. You may recall that the FY21 scorecard recently came out. And for those who may wonder, well, why did it take so long? FY21 is such old business now. That's because it has to go through a very thorough, detailed vetting process, not just by SBA, but we have to rely on our agency partners as well. To make sure that the data is correct. We don't want to publish data and find that there was a big error and have to retract information. So it literally does take months to verify the data. So this disaggregated data that you see here, the latest we have is FY20, but it is very interesting, I think, to see graphically what kinds of businesses received federal contract awards. So this would be prime contracting dollars, I believe. So you'll be able to see this information going forward. Next slide, please. So there was recently an OFPP memo, Office of Federal Procurement Policy memo on small disadvantaged business strategies. So this is an answer to that OMB memo and the executive order that I just spoke about a couple slides ago. In June, OFPP issued a memo to try and give procuring agencies reminders about how they can increase SDB spend. So, obviously one way is to maximize use of the 8A program, since all 8A firms are SDBs. And then also to take a look at their acquisitions under the simplified acquisition threshold. We often focus only on those bigger dollar contracts, but there's a ton of undersat acquisitions that agencies do too. And there could be some ground we can gain in terms of using SDBs under that threshold. And then also, reminding agencies to use GSA schedules, which many of them are awarded to socially disadvantaged firms. Also to use our dynamic small business search. And then also utilizing the PCRs, procurement center representatives like myself, as other resources to facilitate more awards to SDBs. So if you'd like to see a copy of this memo, there's a hyperlink for it here on this slide. Next slide, please. Okay, now we're going to talk about some recent regulations in SBA sphere and the FAR that have happened that would be really good for you to be aware of. Let's take a look. There was actually a series of 4 final rules on the monetary-based size standards, and you've probably seen news about some of these coming out. A lot of NAICS code categories had size standards adjusted over the past several months. In this case, there's 4 of them that were discussed, where we reviewed 468 size standards, and 229 of them were found in need of an increase. There weren't any decreases because of COVID-19, but in most cases, I think in my SBA career, I've only seen increases in these size standards. I've never seen a decrease. So effectively what that means is that there are more firms that qualify as small. So theoretically, that means that it should be a little bit easier to find small businesses, but that's of course based on capabilities and past performance too. But some notable changes, engineering services 541330, that standard went up to 22.5. Admin management and consulting services 541611 went up to 21.5 million. And architectural services went up to 11 million. I think those all went up by a few to several million if memory serves. So if you're aware of any firms, or if you are a firm who is on the threshold of becoming large, you might have some more breathing room there. Agencies, if you knew of some firms who were on that threshold, they might actually still qualify for small for the next few years, perhaps, depending upon their annual receipts. So next slide, please. Okay, so this is regarding the employee-based size standard. So as you should probably recall, a number of the NAICS codes on our SBA size standards table, mostly like the manufacturing type firms, they're based on the number of employees they have in the past 24 months. So this final rule actually defines that size standard as a measurement based on the average of the past 24 months. It used to be 12 months. And as we know, especially the last couple of years with pandemic, things can happen very quickly and change the businesses and change our lives. So this is kind of a nod to the fact that a year and a half ago, SBA changed the calculation for the revenue-based standards. They're now 5 years instead of 3-year average annual receipts. And at the time we did that, the employee-based standards was left alone. But there was some more study done, and it was decided that a 24-month average would be appropriate for the employee-based categories. So here we are. That was effective just after Independence Day this year. And then now for the SBA loan programs and funding programs, which are something that I think most of us don't usually deal with, we are now expanding these measuring sticks, if you will, to those programs as well, because previously we had separate ways of measuring size between the government procurement net size standards and the sizes for our loan and capital access programs. So now it's all unified. Next slide, please. Okay, so on a proposed rule that was actually effective in April, manufacturing and employee-based size standards. These are specific ones that were actually proposed for increases. And there were 432 of them that were reviewed, and SBA proposed to increase 150 of them. And 120 of those are in the specific manufacturing industries. Others are more service type, but they're still counted by number of employees. It would retain the 500 employee size standard for the non-manufacturer rule. And if it's finalized, which I double checked, it hasn't been finalized yet, Or no, it was effective in April. Sorry about that. It's added 250 small businesses to the small business categories, I should say. So do take a look at the size standard table. I think there is a link to it elsewhere in the presentation, but if not, I can put it in the chat after this segment for you. That's been updated as well. In fact, I think I keep a hard copy on my desk. And yes, the brand new one came out July 14th, and it should include all of these changes that are mentioned here. So I'll put a link to that in the chat here in a little while. Next slide, please. Okay, this might be a little confusing. The NAICS codes, as you probably know, are organized by the Census Bureau. And then, oh, Melinda, was there something?
You
Okay.
actually answered it with your, with what you just said, so I didn't have to ask you after all.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, great.
You did fabulous, thank you.
Somehow I read their mind. Oh my goodness. Okay, so the NAICS codes are organized by the Census Bureau. SBA finds them, a very effective way of categorizing businesses for our purposes of, helping to define who's small and who's not. But of course, since Census Bureau, they use it for many other things too. They go along their merry way, and it turns out they developed a 2022 set of NAICS code categories, which has 111 new industries. So now here's SBA. We like to use the same NAICS codes, but Census Bureau has added 111 new categories. Well, we then have to catch up and do a review of what would be appropriate size standards, size thresholds for those 111 new industries. And of course, that takes time. So we asked people to please continue using the previous version, which was the 2017 version of the NAICS codes. We asked procuring agencies to continue using the 2017 version because that's the version where SBA has done all the analysis and has developed those size thresholds. I believe SBA is planning to be able to publish the additional 111 new industries to match the 2022 NAICS book by this fall. So hopefully we'll have another version coming out, but please continue as a procuring agency and as prime contractors who are doing using NAICS codes for your subcontracting reports. Please continue to use the NAICS 2017 set of codes. Okay, and if there's any questions, I know this is confusing and it took me a while to wrap my head around it too. Please feel free and let me know.
There is a question, honey.
Mm-hmm.
So they wanted to know that they're being told that they cannot use the size changes until October. Is that correct?
The size changes, so like an increase from 17 million to 21.5 million, no, those are already effective. What one shouldn't use is when you go to the Census Bureau website and you're actually allowed to choose which version of the NAICS categories. There's like a 2017 version and then there's also the 2022 version. When you're searching for the appropriate NAICS code to classify work, please use the 2017 until you hear from us, which we think will be in the fall, to let you know that you can go ahead and use the 2022. I hope that makes sense. Oh, I see a message in the chat. Melinda, should I go ahead and answer this one?
Yes, I just saw it too, and I was going to read it. Go ahead, hon.
Okay, let me open my, because it popped up and then it went away. There it is. Stephanie's asking, is it the Census Bureau that creates the new NAICS codes? Yes, it is. Have NAICS codes ever been discontinued? Yes, actually, there have been a few that have been discontinued, and usually the Census Bureau website has some cross references to help you find the correct new NAICS code. And then you ask, what about NAICS that contain exceptions like 562910? There's the main revenue-based size standard that rarely ever gets used, and there's an exception for environmental remediation that's often used. Why have both? There's both because the NAICS code categories, when they're created, they may seem like they're very specific, but even within a NAICS code category, it could still be very broad in terms of the types of businesses and types of work that can be done in them. And so the reason why exceptions are created is to further delineate maybe more specialty areas of that NAICS code category, such as environmental remediation services. And then correspondingly, SBA also recognizes that. And so we focus our review for determining the right size threshold by carefully looking at that definition that the Census Bureau has made for that subcategory. And then we do our review based on firms that only meet that subcategory's work.
Yuri, can you address something else too, please?
Yeah.
The using a 3 series code for 4244 and 45.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, using a 3 series NICS code for the 4244 and 45. There, when you use 4244 or 45, when you're in construction, you have to use a 3 series NICS, the manufacturing NICS code.
Yes, that's a great question. Okay, if you were to look at, let's see here. Okay. I love my hard copy. So I'm just going to kind of show you. I don't know, you probably won't be able to read this. Whoops. No, sorry. Okay, so so the SBA size standards table explains why. So the 42 NAICS code categories, and I think there's another one, was it the 43? Are ones that you're not supposed to use. Okay, 42, 44, and 45 NAICS codes that start with those 3 sets of digits are not to be used on federal procurement. And the reason for that is because when you are using NAICS codes to report contracting actions and subcontracting activity, the people who receive that information at the tail end of the process is Congress. Congress wants to know what it was the agencies bought. They don't want to know necessarily that they bought it from, they don't want to know that it was bought from, say, a wholesaler or a retailer. They don't want to know that we bought it necessarily from Home Depot. They want to know if we bought lumber. So that's why we need to use the 3.3 categories, even if the vendor that you bought that 3.3 item from is not the actual manufacturer. So again, it's because we need to report in the information that eventually gets reviewed by Congress what it was we bought, not who we bought it from. Sometimes who we bought it from is not the same person who made it. And ultimately, the powers that be want to know what we bought. So I hope that makes sense. Okay, thanks for the thumbs up. I see a follow-up question from Stephanie here in the chat. ERS is employee-based and is after 30 years, 30 plus years, still referred to as an emerging industry. It seems this NAICS code should be revisited. ERS, environmental remediation services, referred to as an emerging industry. Yeah, that makes, your comment makes sense to me. I'm not sure why, but each of the NAICS codes and those size thresholds are visited on a cyclical basis. So I'm not sure exactly where in the cycle that NAICS category is. Seems like it was revised just, wasn't it actually on the other slide? Seems like it was reviewed recently, but that would probably be up to the Census Bureau also to decide if they wanted to break it out as its own NAICS number instead of an exception. So this was language from the most recent proposed rule for the increase. Okay, yeah. Language meaning emerging industry. Okay, yeah. I think this would be something for the Census Bureau to answer, I'm afraid. Okay, any other questions I should cover before we go back to the slide?
I don't have any others right now. Thank you, hon.
Okay. All right, so let's see here. Okay, so I think we can go to the next slide. There's an SBA final rule that just became effective this week, past performance ratings for JV members and subcontractors. So there's often been confusion on the part of contracting officers about JVs and how to evaluate their past performance. So this was striving to clarify what to do. So small businesses can use past performance from a joint venture, provided that it worked on the joint venture's contracts. So meaning that a contracting officer evaluating a joint venture proposal ought to look at that JV members' work that they've done for the JV in the past. So hopefully they've provided past performance information on prior JV work. And hopefully they've also provided other past performance references. But small businesses can use past performance from a first tier subcontract if they are going after a prime contract now. So if you see, buyers, if you are seeing a small business in a JV who is offering you information on their past performance as a first tier subcontractor on a previous project, that is bona fide, qualifiable, A-OK information for you to consider for evaluating their past performance. So please don't discount that information. It's A-OK for you to take that into account, and hopefully that will help make award to that firm possible. So let's take a look at the next slide, please. Oh, and there's Terry who said, my question is still outstanding. I'm sorry, Terry. Melinda, do we know what his question? Oh, who certifies a firm as an SDB? Oh, good question. So SDB in the federal procurement realm is a self-certification. So as long as a firm feels they meet the definition of a small disadvantaged business in the SBA regulations, then they can put themselves out there, put in their SAM profile that they are a self-certified SDB. Now, if a firm is an 8A firm, 8A certified firm, the SBA will go through, as part of their formal 8A certification process, verify that the owner of that firm is in control of that business and is a member of a socially disadvantaged group. So, and then I believe it still stands that if an 8A firm is ever questioned about their SDB status, even after they've graduated from the program, SBA is willing to vouch for that firm for 2 or 3 years after graduation from SBA's 8A program. Excuse me.
I have another question.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate more on the SDB increase after executive order? As a prime contractor, do I need to increase my goals to meet the 11% on my ISP?
Not necessarily, unless there's reason to revisit your small business subcontracting goals. That executive order to increase the government-wide SDB goal does not affect your part. Now, there might be some agencies where, you know, they're being very conscientious and they're trying to see if there could be SDB subcontracting goals raised on some of their existing contracts. In which case they should be contacting you and having that discussion. And certainly, you know, if you are able to increase your subcontracting to the SDBs in a way that doesn't disrupt the work, then maybe that's a possibility. But that's definitely something that you and the agency will need to negotiate. It's not something that the agency can put a mandate on. Just like we can't put a mandate on what your goals are. We give you floors or the minimum goals that we would like to see. That's in the solicitation typically. But then you've got the ability as the prime to tell us whether or not you're able to do those goals, or if you can't, what are your good reasons for not being able to? And then the buyers should be reviewing that. And if your reasons seem reasonable, they should be accepting those goals. So hopefully
have-
that answers the question.
We have another one. How is the JV rule to be included in subcontracting plans when it hasn't been incorporated into 52.219-9, which defines the elements of a subcontracting plan?
How is the JV role going to be considered? I wonder if the person who asked that could elaborate a little bit. I'm not sure I'm following the question.
Okay, that was from Marian Tenor.
Okay, oh, I see her question in the chat here. Let me see if reading it might help me understand.
She said, go back to the related slide.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. Sorry, my allergies seem to be kicking up. Okay.
She says fourth
So-
bullet down.
Okay, the small business must make the request to the prime contractors no later than 30 days. Okay, so this has to do, so looking at the slide here, this has to do with small business past performance and the case where a small business was a first-tier subcontractor. And the fourth bullet has to do
She
with,
actually changed it to the third bullet.
oh, okay. Subcontracting plans will direct primes to provide a rating to the small business within 15 days. Okay, so this is so that that small business prime can then take that rating and use it for going after their own projects, being able to use it as past performance.
And real fast, I'm going to ask everybody if you can put your questions in the Q&A. It's easier to find them than in the chat for the presenters that we're trying to get questions to. And then we have another question here. It's from Donna. Can we address the clarification, the second part of the last slide, for previous subcontractor performance on the recent SBA published rule from July 22 that went in effect 8/22/22. We went over JV performance, but we didn't discuss the obligation for a prime to provide performance evaluation for the SB that requests it within 15 days.
Yeah, I think that was just the little bullet that we were that I was talking about here a moment ago.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry,
So-
I just trying to catch up on these.
Yeah, no, that's okay. And I'm glad to get the questions. Yeah, so I just to recap, I think, you know, this bullet has to do with the fact that we want primes to be diligent and responsive to those small business subs if they request that rating. so that these small businesses can then take that rating and hopefully use it for getting their own contracts. So it's just kind of asking for cooperation, I think, is the theme here.
And Marion's stating that the answer still didn't get answered.
The question wasn't
question.
answered.
Mm-mm.
See here. And Marianne was asking,
Perhaps
we-
Marianne can repeat the question, and that way it'll be on the question thing. Thank you.
In the meantime, all large business primes are obligated to incorporate this action of providing past performance ratings similar to CPARs. As of 8/22, or are we only obligated after the FAR is updated in 52.219-9? That's in our Q&A.
That's a good question. This is always a bit of a tussle that SBA has, because we will update our regulations, but then those regulations usually touch the FAR clauses, and it often takes the FAR Council a good bit of time before those clauses are updated. So I would ask your contracting officer, I'm sorry that I can't definitively tell you go with the SBA regs, because I know that the contracting officer is going to have a bit of a conundrum with that answer, because they go by the clauses that are in the contract. And if they don't have an updated clause, it's a little bit hard for them to point to a regulation in SBA's set of regs to say, no, this is what you need to do, contractor. So please ask your contracting officer. And if they have any questions, feel free and refer them to me, and we can discuss it together.
Okay, and that was the same version for Marianne, so.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm glad. All right. So shall we go back to the slides then? Thank you, Jeremy. Okay, so this next slide has to do with adding some of US's territories into the small business regulatory realm to make it so that these territory businesses are actually included in the SBA regulations. And then we do allow for these territories, businesses located there, to have 3 proteges instead of a maximum of 2 if you're in the continental or the 50 states of the US. But we also are allowing these firms in the US territories eligibility for state-run federal surplus supply, which is great. And then this is effective in October, but we are still accepting comments. So if you think this might be something that you'd like to put some feedback into, go ahead and click on that Federal Register notice hyperlink, and it will give you instructions on how to submit comments.
We have more questions.
Mm-hmm.
If it poses problems if an SB requests a rating and then challenges our rating, there is no guidance on how to address that.
So I'm going to assume this is related to the earlier question about primes giving a small business subcontractor a rating. And well, yes, certainly it does seem like a problem, but that is something between the prime and that sub. The federal agencies, we don't have privity of contract with a prime subcontractors. So we would hope that the prime would, diligently try and work through the disagreement on that.
I have one more. Are we over time according to the schedule?
Let's see, it's 11:26. I think we are. Oh my gosh. We blew through the
Oh, I
break.
just noticed what that was going towards. Go ahead. We still have
a few minutes. We're gonna hold
Yeah, we'll
questions for right now.
Exactly. We'll extend on a little bit. We're cutting into the break. So if someone needs to get up and take a break, it's okay. We'll let you go do that. But yeah, let's go ahead and continue on with Yuri for a little longer here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And I think we're getting to the close anyway. So let's speed on through. Oh, this we talked about towards the beginning, veteran-owned, service-disabled veteran-owned certification program coming to SBA. This is slated to start on January 1st, unless there's a change. This is to change the CVE program management over from VA to SBA. There's going to be kind of a grandfathering element to this. And the certification is going to be required for set aside or sole source SDVO or VOSB contracts. So the comments have already closed. I believe the policy folks at SBA are reviewing these, and they will publish a final rule. So maybe by the time of our next meeting, we'll have that ready for you. Next slide, please. There's a direct final rule that extended the HubZone map freeze, so that map will not change until June of next year, which is great. It offers more stability to that program. We do use a variety of information to update those designations on the map. So it's not just something that we come up with. We check data from HUD and Department of Commerce, Department of Labor. But what you see now is the most current. Next slide, please. There's been some non-manufacturer rule class waivers that have been terminated, which does happen once in a while. And it happens when we discover that there is at least one small business who manufactures these items. And so, but these are for very specific items right now, radiology equipment and certain types of furniture. So businesses will need, the small businesses will need to provide the product of a small business manufacturer for set-aside contracts, unless there's an individual waiver that applies to that particular contract. Next slide, please. There's a number of new NAICS codes that have been added to the Women-Owned Small Business Program. It's increased quite a bit, the NAICS codes that are authorized for either WOSB or ED WOSB set-asides or sole source procurements. So please do take a look. I think there's a link to those NAICS codes, but if not, I will put it in the chat later. And then we'll issue a notice later on for those 2022 NAICS codes this fall. Next slide, please. Here's a FAR final rule. So this is an update in the FAR itself about small business programs overseas, that agencies may apply Part 19 regulations to contracts that happen outside the US. So previously, FAR Part 19 did not apply. Now we're giving the agencies the option. So I would assume that buyers are going to kind of carefully consider that. They'll probably take a look at the local marketplace and see if that's possible. And then it also applies the bundling definition to contracts that are performed outside the US. Previously, they were exempted. So here's another way that government is trying to get a better handle on bundled contracts. Next slide, please. Small business program amendments in a FAR proposed rule. The comments closed in April, so I think they're working on developing the final rule. But it basically involves size changes. And when size is determined on a multiple award contract, also IT value added reseller size standard of 150 employees, and then set asides for socioeconomic programs where the multiple award contract was set aside for small business. So now giving buyers the ability to do socioeconomic set asides for task orders under those contracts. And then this is just kind of to police a little bit and keep the integrity of the 8A program intact. Agencies won't be able to exercise an option past the 5th year on an 8A contract if the firm's no longer an 8A participant. So previously they were able to do that. Next slide, please. Then an update of the HubZone program as a FAR proposed rule. implementing the SBA hub zone changes, where we strove to simplify the recertification and certification of hub zone firms and how to maintain a hub zone status. This is just to kind of echo those SBA changes that had already happened and actually put them into FAR. Next slide, please. Here's proposed rule about WOSB certification. This I think we may have talked about last time in the spring, but it would require agencies to check DSBS for current certification information in this program. That's the authoritative place for agencies to go to verify that a firm has received SBA women-owned or ED women-owned certified certification. So firms can submit offers on set-asides in this program if their certification is pending, or of course, if their certification has been granted. But it would also clean up references in the FAR about the WOSB repository, which is no longer being used. Next slide, please. Oh, that's it. My goodness. Thank you for hanging in there with me, and thank you for all the questions. Melinda, if like with the previous speaker, if there's questions that remain, can I answer those via email?
That would be perfect. If you can share your email address in the chat, that would be great. Thank you so much, Yuri, for doing that.
I will do that.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
everybody.
Yuri. Thank you, Yuri. As always, your information is tremendously helpful and important. So thank you so much for sharing and being willing to answer more questions as they come in a little later. So
No problem.
all righty. And I love your background. That looks beautiful. Okay, thank you, everyone. Let's see, as we move along, it looks like we've got some topics that have had a lot more information than we maybe realized, but I hope everyone appreciates the additional information we're able to share. So instead of taking a break right now, let's go ahead and get ready to roll into our next presenter. Let's see here, we've got Ms. Marnie Tyson, who is with the Washington State PTAC. And I must say, the Washington State PTAC has quite a reputation of being an outstanding PTAC to be interacting with. So from a non-PTAC member, I have to say, everyone I have interacted with in Washington State has been phenomenal. So I am quite certain that Ms. Marnie Tyson is going to be able to share some additional wonderful information with us today. Ms. Marnie, I'll let you take it away. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I am happy to be here, and I've been with Washington PTAC for a long time now. So I recognized many of the names, and I'm excited to meet new people as well. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. Today, I am talking about SAM, specifically SAM registrations. For those of you who maybe don't recognize the term PTAC, if you're brand new to the area of government contracting, which there might be some new people on board, Procurement Technical Assistance Center, that's who the organizations are. There are PTACs all across the country, and all I can say is if you are not using your PTAC, please reach out and connect with them. They are a great bridge to small businesses. There it is. I only have a few slides to get through. On pause. There we go. Okay. There we go. So the big thing that I want to talk about with SAM is the registration issues that have been happening since the change from UEI or from DUNS to UEI that happened in April 2022. Those of you who know, DUNS was an external system handled by Dun & Bradstreet. In April, they changed it to an internal system and changed to the UEI, Unique Entity Identifier. The segment of SAM that covers this is the business validation or the entity validation, EVS system. They handle all the business documentation that happens to verify businesses in the SAM portion. as of a meeting that happened at the beginning of August from the GSA, 20% of entities are having issues. And if anybody wants to do the math, that's between 250 and 300,000 entities registered in SAM that are having issues, whether it's just with the EVS process or with other portions of SAM. They weren't specific, but that's a lot of entities to be struggling to get their SAM register, their entity registered in SAM, or their SAM updated so that they're current and active. It was mind blowing to the GSA and the EVS team. It was 10 times the number that they thought would have issues. So that's why updates and systems have been backed up and ticketing has been backed up. If you are one of the lucky 80% who have your SAM current and active, congratulations. Consider yourself having won the lottery at this point. From a lot of the clients that I've been working with, I'm seeing clients that are struggling for 2 months or more, trying to get their SAM current and activated due to bad communication, difficult communication between the EVS team, the FSD tickets, the instructions that are available. It can be very confusing to everyone involved. Unfortunately, what we're seeing is agencies not being able to award work, primes not being able to award work, companies not being able to work on contracts or get new task orders, and then delays in payments due to inactive SAM statuses. It's disheartening. And very sad, and I don't sleep well at night some nights with some of my clients that are struggling. So we are looking at ways that we can help, and your PTAX can assist, and we'll talk about that in just a second. There we go. So you may ask, with all these massive disruptions going on, what is the GSA doing to fix this? They did do a big lift at the beginning. Shortly after the changeover in April, they did a 2-month extension. It was a big lift because they had to go through the Office of Management and Budget to get it approved. Unfortunately, those businesses that got extensions, a lot of them are expiring again and are having problems. They are doing a continual process improvement, meaning that they have regular alpha testing. They're regularly changing and exploring ways to better handle the process of business validation, which is the primary issue at the moment. They've also, and they just recently made some changes. So 8/10, 2 weeks ago or so, they made some changes within the process. So we're seeing it, I'm seeing it better clarifying the changes that are needed on the business validation portion, but it's still confusing. If you don't have all the boxes checked, you can't move forward, and you bang your head against the wall. The other great thing that GSA has provided, and DoD, is PTAC escalation privilege. What that means is, on a limited basis, vendors can work with their local PTAC to escalate their incident tickets in the EVS situation with their UEI, so entity validation section with the UEI portion. We can, if the company is pending an award or having payment issues, we can escalate their ticket, which just basically gets them a faster response to move that process forward. And then DoD has provided a cage escalation avenue, so that if we have companies in the cage review process that are running into difficulties or past the 10-day point, we can assist them as well through a direct communication with cage on their behalf. And the other benefit of working with PTACs is that we do this all the time. I've had, yesterday, I think I had 7 different companies I was helping with their SAM and UEI issues. And my colleagues across the country are running into this. We're talking together to help companies move forward with their registrations. I do want to make a comment. I heard Brad earlier say DUNS, and I think we need all get rubber bands on our wrists so that we can snap them every time we say the word DUNS. So that we can move forward into using this new terminology. I also want to caution the comment of register in SAM. Be very specific when directing companies to register in SAM per what your needs are. So as a prime, do they only need a UBI? Or are they registering for a full SAM registration where it's all awards? that they're going after as a prime, or they're going after SBA certifications, they will need a full registration. But the UEI can be very quick to process. And if that's all the company needs, why make sure that you're directing them to what you need them to have. Some best tips. My biggest best tip is renew early. The process allows for changes within the business validation or entity validation system to happen while you're in the renewal process. So what a lot of people don't understand, and vendors that I run into don't understand, is that even though the EVS is now internal to SAM, it's still a separate database. So we're still updating a separate database with documentation that has to match. And then you go into the SAM profile and submit through there. So if you are currently active in SAM and don't match the EVS database, you can edit that and move forward to the submit to renew your SAM registration. If you are expired, you cannot. You have to update the EVS first before you can process through to your SAM. And that's where a lot of companies are running into problems, is if they allow themselves to expire. So my suggestion is no less than 2 months. I actually encourage everyone to do it twice a year. Make sure that their SAM never ever bumps against that expiration date. There is no harm in renewing early. It just moves that expiration date constantly. So as long as you're renewing, you'll be well enough away from it. It can fix problems while you're still active and avoiding that inactive status. And the other systems that I'm seeing that are having problems, it can push updates to those problem areas. So for example, DSBS. I have one client who's waiting to renew in December, but her DSBS says she doesn't have a SAM UEI. So if she were to go in and renew it now, it might force an update to that so that her DSBS does show properly. Some general.
We have a question, Marnie, we do have a question. I'm sorry, honey.
No, you're fine. Good. Yeah.
Okay, we are unable to report FAFADAs for foreign vendors because they cannot get their UEI.
Yep.
Are there ramifications if those are reported late? And then another part of this is one of our vendors registered just for the UEI, but we still couldn't use it when reporting FAFADA because it was for information only.
So I am not as familiar with FAFADA. And if anybody else is, please feel free to chime in. So the one who did register their UEI, my only concern that pops up is, did they mark themselves as visible publicly? If they're not visible publicly, that might be one of the reasons. And I would assume FAFADA understands that there are people having issues with the UEI process. And I don't know if there's issues with reporting that late. Sorry.
Okay.
I wish I had more information on the FAFADA to tell you.
Thank you.
Yep. Is there another one, or?
That was both of it. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
No worries. I've only got a couple of slides. So what best practices that I'm telling clients, and in encouraging you agency representatives and prime representatives to encourage client or vendors and subcontractors as well, is clean up your paperwork first. Do good, consistent, clear paperwork. If your paperwork's not clear and you go in to do your business validation, you're going to bang your head against the wall more often than not. And then if you do happen to get past the business validation, Cage is very likely going to kick you back because something's missing. So clear, consistent paperwork is very important before you even start the process of going in or renewing. When you are doing the EVS incident, less is more. Generally, 1, maybe 2 documents are needed. I've seen clients put 8, 10 documents that have conflicting information that causes problems. So consistent, less is more, like 1 document that has all the pieces that are needed, maybe 2. This is the one that frustrates me the most. Communication issues. Vendors go in to the EVS, they enter their information in SAM. They upload documentation in SAM. And then any communication happens through FSD. So going to FSD, watching the ticket, not adding more paperwork. Do not add documents to FSD. It causes a security glitch with these SAM EVS registration processes. If you do have documents on incidences that are outstanding, remove the documents from the FSD ticket and add them to the SAM ticket. Has a tendency to clear that up. And also not always getting emails. So when FSD does respond to the incident, I've seen clients that never see an email. If they don't go in and look at the FSD on a regular basis for responses, they'll miss it. My next suggestion, question, request is please be patient and understanding of what's going on, as well as being proactive as possible. So any vendors that you're working with, encourage them to get their UEI if they're a sub, work with their PTACs if they're going after their full registration. We can help them understand the questions that they're answering. And I don't know how to say it other than just be patient as best as possible. And I know that agencies and primes are also in a sticking point. You have deadlines of contracts that need to be awarded and work that needs to be done. And if their company can't get their SAM updated, they can't get the award and moving forward. Just please direct them to us so that we can help them as best that we can.
Okay, there's some questions, hon.
All right,
I
one second. When
Go
in
ahead.
doubt, call your local PTAC and there's the link. Okay, any questions, let me know.
Okay. Okay, I recently received a question from a vendor.
Mhm.
Their legal business address is in Florida. However, their work and PO box is in Virginia. They were told the issues they were having with SAM registration is because their legal business address is a Florida address.
My assumption is that they were putting the wrong address then. So when you go into the EVS, kind of like it used to do earlier this year, like before the change in April, you would enter your information and it would do a search. They are likely putting in their Virginia address rather than their Florida address, or their documentation has both listed as a legal business name. The other side of things that I have seen is divisions or districts where the parent is in Florida, but this physical location is in another state. That physical location should have other documentation to utilize to demonstrate that information of what that physical address for the division is. Does that make
Okay,
sense?
so far, there's not anything, but I do have another question.
Hit me.
Do you have any tips for large corporations that do not have paperwork? Examples are articles of incorporation or tax paperwork for each specific office registered in SAM. SAM does not seem to understand that corporations may have all filing paperwork at headquarters office and not at each address.
So my suggestion, it's a couple of things you can look at. So if you have a division, is the division have a sub business license? Does it have its own UBI or state business license number? You can use a screenshot of your state business licensing profile as long as you have the URL in it. That will show the legal business name, the DBA. Ours does, at least in Washington, legal business name, DBA, physical address, as well as the trade name start date. So that might be a way to go. Most SOS Secretary of State documentation is online that you can pull publicly. Sometimes they're going to charge. Sometimes they're not going to have the correct information. And it's something that, you know, as a division, passing it back to your headquarters, you can't move forward as a division without the proper paperwork. And that's where that consistency of documentation is important. Working with your headquarters to say, okay, as a division, these are the minimum pieces of documentation we need to have annually for our process of setting up registrations in SAM. And I have seen lots of issues with SAM not understanding the vendor's needs, the vendor's world. And that could be, we have local government agencies that are having problems getting SAM registered because the Public Works Office doesn't have its own information. but they can go to our state and get their own municipal UBI for that public works division. And then when they register in SAM, they'll have the official document that they can use for that. And that's, I think the biggest problem is that some things have shifted and are being more closely regarded for verifying information than they have been in the past. And I think we're just running into having shifted from the Dun and Bradstreet database to the Ernst & Young Orbis database. We're all re-verifying documentation and address information and UBIs and that kind of stuff.
We're caught up.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen if that's okay.
Oh, wait, there's one more.
Hit me.
Sorry.
You're good.
Okay, we submitted business license and they have been rejected.
How old
Is
is
this? Go ahead.
How old is the business license? So documentation needs to be within 5 years old or be supported by a secondary document. So you are currently able, when you check the boxes, it'll ask you like, which one is the address, which one is the name, which one is the name and address, which one is the name and the DBA, which one is the name and the formation year. And you check which documents are the correct documents. If you submit a document that's older than 5 years, so original business license, original articles of incorporation, it's likely going to have the wrong address on it if you've moved it all. So having a secondary, more recent document, whether it be your most recent Secretary of State annual report, which has all the correct documentation on it typically, or your most recent UBI screenshot from Department of Revenue here in Washington, or whatever your state licensing is, that will support the company's information that you're submitting. So you're looking at your documents going, what am I correcting? Is what I'm correcting correct on this document? If this document is older than 5 years, do I have something else that supports it or replaces it? You don't have to use your original articles of incorporation. Best practice that I've seen for most companies, so LLCs, nonprofits, corporations, government agency, or not government agencies, is going to be your Secretary of State annual review, because it's within 5 years, it's accepted by the state itself, and it's going to have your correct legal information on it. It may or may not have your formation year. It depends on the state. Here in Washington, we can pull them for free. Other states, you have to pay like $1 or $2 unless you're the person who does the paperwork. So then you can go into your account and pull it out.
Okay, thanks, hon.
Okay.
Okay, Kay. Thanks, Marnie.
Wonderful. And no more questions? If anybody has any questions, hit up your local PTAC, direct vendors to talk to their local PTACs. We can help them with this as much more.
All right, thank you so much. Holy smokes. This was great. Let's see. Okay, I see some questions rolling off the screen. Have we got anything else coming in the screen that we need answered?
No, I was just clearing because a lot of it was
Oh.
tied in together. So I'm getting rid of them now.
There we go. Okay, perfect. All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate the information because there's been some challenges. I know I've run across them with my dealings with some of the businesses, and it's kind of nice to have a few answers and explanations. So thank you very much. All right, let's see here. What time are we? We are just about to the noon time frame. So let's go ahead. I don't want to take a break or anything. Let's go ahead and roll on over to Ms. Vanessa. If you are ready, she has got some topics up regarding the DoD Indian Incentive Program. I think this is going to be very informative for the large businesses that are on the line, as well as the government to be aware that this is available. I learned about it within the last year, and I have actually found a couple of businesses that are utilizing this. So I think this is something that's very timely and very helpful. So Ms. Vanessa, let's go ahead and pass the mic on over to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Kay. I appreciate. So my presentation is gonna be difficult, but just, just to kind of add on to what Marnie had stated as far as validation, verification, one of the things that I found recently is especially because I work with a lot of businesses that have bona fide offices. So what we've been doing is we've been uploading their utility bill or a telephone bill, which has their address and the company name on the same document. And that seems to validate the company a lot faster. So we've had a lot of companies just trying to get paid with that. So good afternoon, everybody. It is afternoon for, I think, most people. Today, we're going to talk about the DoD Indian Incentive Program. I know it's not a new program. It's been in existence for quite a while, but maybe a lot of businesses aren't, large businesses and small businesses may not be aware of the program. Next slide, Jeremy. Okay, the Department of Defense Indian Incentive Program was designed to encourage Indian organizations and Indian economic enterprises and Alaska Native corporations concerned to create business, a large business to use a Native-owned company to subcontract work to. The program is managed by the Department of Defense, the Office of Small Business Programs. So this is only under DoD. It's not under any other umbrella of any other agency, but Department of Defense, this is their program. Next slide. The Indian, we call it IPP, allows a prime contractor to receive a rebate of 5% of the total amount of the subcontracted value of the contract. So what you have to make sure, you as a large business, is that you have the DFAR clause 252.22-7001. If you don't have this FAR clause in your contract, then you're not able to apply for the 5% rebate. But you can request from the contracting office to implement that in your contract documents, especially if you're going to be doing, a multi-million-dollar contract. It's worth the effort to, apply for that 5% rebate. Next slide. Who can participate? Anyone can participate. Large business, private contractors, small businesses can even compete. Can also apply for the IPP rebate. So, it's at any tier, whether you're a prime going to subcontract to a Native-owned company, and that Native-owned company is going to be subcontracting to another Native-owned company. So it can be at any tier of the contract. But remember, it has to have that DFAR clause implemented in the contract to the prime. If it doesn't have it, then, nobody can apply for it. Next one. What are the contract requirements? The contract value must be at least $500,000 or more. So in order to qualify for the rebate, if it's under that dollar value, it doesn't qualify. And most times you won't see that FAR clause in contracts below that. But if most everybody on the call is probably, in the multi-millions. So just make sure when you look at whoever's reviewing those contract documents, when you're looking at all of the FAR clauses, that this is incorporated into your FAR clause, especially if it's a DoD contract. The DoD sub-tier contract requests, the prime contract, of course, I said must include the DFAR clause. I can't emphasize that enough. Because we do have companies who try to apply for the rebate. And when we look at the contract documents, that FAR clause isn't implemented. So they can't. A subcontract can also apply for that, but it has to flow down into the subcontract agreement. We've had quite a few small businesses that have subcontractors under, under the prime. They're a subcontractor to the prime, and then they have a subcontractor. And their question is, do they have to follow the FAR clauses that are from their prime contractor? And the answer is yes, it flows down. But if I'm the subcontractor and Jeremy is I'm the subcontractor to the prime and Jeremy is my subcontractor, and I want to apply for the 5%, I have to make sure that my subcontractor Jeremy also has wording in there that includes that DFAR clause. So otherwise, it won't qualify. So just make sure, that it does flow all the way down into the subcontracts at all tiers. Next slide. Who can or can't, when or can or can't an IPP request be submitted? Well, the contract has to be open. If the prime contractor is still performing. If the contract has been closed, you can apply for the 5% rebate. So let's just say you got a contract and you're doing your final submission and you have somebody who in the office that takes a look at the contract, say, hey, wait a minute, you guys had this, you had the FAR clause in here. Well, if they've closed out the contract, you can't submit for the 5%. An IPP request cannot be submitted when a challenge is pending regarding the validity of the Indian business status. So we do get questions whether or not a company is Native American owned. The other thing is that a company that is Native American owned has to be an enrolled member from a federally recognized tribe. They do not accept state recognized tribes. There are state recognized tribes, in the United States, but they have to be from a federally recognized tribe. And it has to be managed and controlled and at minimum 51% Native American owned. One way that you can work with Native PTACs is to find out whether or not, that tribe actually exists. There are so many, we've gotten them, tribes that they say they're federally recognized and they're not. So there's also a list on the Department of Interior website with all federally recognized tribes in there. But even though the tribe may be listed, does not mean that that individual is an enrolled member of the tribe. So what you need to request is what they call a CDIB, Certificate Degree of Indian Blood. And each tribal member has an enrollment number from the tribe that has all their information on it. Either my tribe, we have cards. It basically looks like a driver's license, and it has an expiration date on it that we get renewed each year. So make sure that you have that documentation. The other thing that I want to caution you about is there has been instances where tribal members have been disenrolled by the tribe. So it's important that you check to make sure that they still are an enrolled member of the tribe. And that's where, we can help you out with that portion of it. The other thing is that the DoD subcontractors is termed ineligible. Maybe your subcontractor has federal debt. Maybe they've been debarred, so there could be different reasons as to why they're not eligible. And then the other last one is that the contract is closed. If the contract has been closed, you can't. Go ahead.
We have a couple questions, Vanessa.
Okay.
I'm being told by the IIP office that the subcontract to the Native American owned supplier has to exceed 500,000, but I can't find this requirement in the DFARS clause. Are you familiar with this requirement?
No, I actually just checked on that, and what the total contract value has to be over $500,000. Now, we've had some businesses before that have applied and they said that they didn't qualify. So if you can just email me the issue that you're running into, I can check with there's been a new person that's now in charge of the IPP requests that I can email to him and let him know the difficulty that you're experiencing. And then we can get clarification, because there may be other things that may be holding up your request. So you can email me.
Okay, there's two more now. Would a dollar threshold apply to a subcontract issued under the prime contract that exceeds 500,000?
A dollar threshold. Oh, okay, I'm not sure what they mean by dollar threshold, unless they're talking about what the first question was in regards to that their subcontract has to be a certain dollar value in order to apply for that 5% rebate. And if that is the case for the question, that's what I'll be verifying and send out the information to Jeremy, and he'll just disperse that to everybody.
Yeah, because that was just kind of reworded and I wasn't sure. Then the
Yes.
next one is the DoD OSBP IIP checklist indicates that the sub-K must be 500,000 or more.
And that's talking about the contract value of the contract. So the most of the ones that because they say you can carry it down to any tier. So what we're seeing right now is that a lot of subcontractors are applying for the 5% rebate, and those subcontracts don't exceed the $500,000. And so our question is, because in the information that we've been provided by IPP, it says that the total contract value now is at the prime level or is at the subcontract level. They haven't been able to give us a definitive answer on that. So that's what I'll find out for everybody. But they have been paying, there has been payments that have been made for contracts under the $500,000 value.
They're asking to please provide the POC at the IIP.
Okay, that is, I'll put it in the chat. I just went in, I just got his contact information not too long ago.
Okay,
But
thank you.
yeah, okay,
And then there's another one in chat. It just says, just need to clarify that the contract held by the firm requesting the rebate must exceed 500,000.
yeah, then that's the same question that I will find out for everybody. And I
Thank
just,
you.
like I said, yeah, I just sent it over to him this morning, and I'll put in the chat the person's name. His name is Jonathan, just can't remember his last name, but I'll put that in the chat for everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so next slide, Jeremy. Okay, how do I prepare for an IPP request? Now, this is the biggest question that we get from everyone. And all the information is on the DoD website. They have a sample cover letter. They have a checklist. They have the templates that you can fill out. The biggest hiccup that we see from a lot of companies that are submitting is that they don't submit invoices as to the work that was completed and when it was paid, because they have to know that you did pay for that work. If I'm submitting a rebate and Jeremy's my subcontractor and I haven't paid Jeremy, well, I'm not going to be able to show documentation that he's been paid for the work that he's provided. So that's where we see the biggest hiccup. The other one is their documentation that they are an enrolled member from a federally recognized tribe. And sometimes that can be difficult from a prime or a subcontractor to get from your sub. But just letting them know, we need to have this documentation because we're submitting for the 5%. So I think those conversations need to happen, at the beginning when you provide or when you award that subcontract to that native-owned businesses. And most of the native-owned companies do know about the 5% rebate. So, they will provide that information to you. Certification documents of subcontractor, of course, you need to have all their invoices, validated invoice summary sheet. And then once the package is prepared, you emailed it to OSBP. So that's the email address that you'll send it over to. We can check on packets that have been submitted to IPP, the OSBP. So if maybe you've submitted it and you haven't heard anything, you can send us an email and we can check to find out, what the status is. Maybe They're still going through review because you have to, and I was really surprised they did this, but once they get the documentation, they actually send that information to DOI, Department of Interior, to validate whether or not that person or the owner is from a federally recognized tribe. And DOI doesn't always get back, within a timely manner. So, that could be a hiccup too. But, so just know it does go through, a process. Next slide.
Okay, you might have answered this, but just to make sure, because it's got a little twist to it. In one
thank you.
place, in
Go
one
ahead.
place, the IIP website, there is a requirement to provide copies of invoices with the claim package. But other places say an invoice summary sheet meets the requirement. What's the actual requirement?
You need to supply invoices. When apparently they used to do it with a summary, but then what had happened now that we're getting so detailed with everything, they want you to provide some copies of the invoices that have been paid, documentation. So because there was an instance where somebody who had applied for the 5%, the subcontractor said, well, we hadn't gotten paid for that, but because they do the validation. So that's why now they want you to submit copies of all the invoices. We just, well, not we, but another company that we had worked with, they're actually a native owned company, and they've applied for the 5% rebate for a contract they received. It was a base operation support systems contract, and they had to submit invoices of everything that was paid to their subcontractor, because they originally first did a summary and they came back and said, no, we want each invoice that was paid and when it was paid. So I guess it just depends on who's reviewing it, but that's what they had to. And that was just recently, like within the last 120 days. So, but yeah, that's what and granted, they are going to be revamping the website now that they have appointed somebody. So that will be changing so that all information is consistent. So you'll see more documentation and an easier way for you if you're applying for that 5% to go through that process. Just like everything is going through a whole transition in government, that also is going through a transition too. Next slide. I said the construction rebate is calculated only by labor. That is true. It is only calculated for labor. That is true. So for construction contracts, it is only calculated by labor. And that's why they want a documentation of your invoices, because most of the time when you take a look at, when you get invoices from your subcontractor, they break it down because they have to send certified payrolls for all the people that they hired, because they're not going to give you the 5% on materials. Unless they manufactured the materials, that's where it would be a change. If I was manufacturing a component for a large prime and I used all my own people, and they're going to be using that widget in something else that's being manufactured, then I would be able to claim the entire dollar value, because we're manufacturing the product. Okay. So let's see. Okay, so we already went through this. It talks about the packet. There is a checklist. So I, like I said, on the DoD website, there is a list, and they've updated some of the information. It actually has a lot of good information, in there. And okay, go ahead and go. Next slide. Okay, so what I wanted to let you know, because we get this question asked a lot, okay, it's you will get the 5% rebate, okay? So once it's been approved, it's gone through the process, and they said, okay, all your documentation is there, we've approved it, you will get the funds. Okay, it may not be in this fiscal year, but it's all dependent on what's still left in this fiscal year, and it's 25 million. So it gets eaten up pretty fast. So you'll probably get your money in the next fiscal year. but they have quite a few number of requests awaiting to be funded. Incomplete requests, of course, will delay your approval. But once they do get your request, it will be funded. Now, we did have a question from a company, and they were a Native American business that applied for the 5% rebate. The 5% rebate does not apply, or the Prompt Payment Act does not apply to the 5% rebate, just so you know. It's as they come in, first come, first serve. Nobody gets in front of the line. Just because I may be a Native American owned small business and I applied for the rebate, and maybe there was a large prime who already had their paperwork processed and it's waiting in line, they're not going to move mine to the front of the to the front of the bus. It basically comes in first come, first serve. That's the process that they go through. And a 5% rebate, you can apply for it anytime, within the contract period. You just have to make sure that they don't close the contract out. Okay, so that's one of the biggest things, is to make sure that you are still performing on that contract. You have are still having your subcontractor, and that it hasn't been closed. And that's pretty much it is a great program. So I mean, it's money that that's available, and it does help. It does help large businesses and Native owned companies. But I would strongly suggest that if you're not familiar with it, that you really take a look at, especially if you're a DoD contractor. It could be a big benefit to you as a large business. Right now, with the current administration, everybody's trying to get up their SDB goals and their goals for all, minority classification. So, this is something that has been around for quite a while, and I would highly recommend, that you take a more thorough look at it. If you have questions, definitely reach out to us. We can be assistance to you, especially if you're trying to define whether or not a company is Native American owned. Pretty much we know whether or not the company qualifies. I mean, we work with so many Native American businesses, we can realize, I would try to check and set. But the biggest one is just trying to verify if they're an enrolled member. That, I think that's one of the biggest things that in this whole program, is finding out whether or not that individual qualifies. If they're tribally owned, that's even better yet. You can apply for the monies. Okay. I think that was my last slide. Trying to get everybody on track. PTACs have to do that. So next slide, Jeremy. I think we're done. Are there any other questions? One thing I would like to mention too is that a person is every tribe, it determines whether or not they want to have a person as an enrolled member. They're the ones that decide, how they accept members within the tribe. Nobody else, does that. BIA doesn't do that. It's the tribe itself that determines whether or not they meet the criteria to be an enrolled member of that tribe. Okay. Are there any questions? Any other questions?
I don't see any others. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Vanessa. I want to add, where I was speaking very highly of the Washington State PTACs, also the Native PTACs that I've interacted with have been absolutely phenomenal. Vanessa is like the gold standard, and I really appreciate your support. And then I work with another Native PTAC as well, and the support that is offered, I find it very, very timely, very informative, and just tremendously helpful. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I see a question might have popped up. Just a second here. Let's see.
Oh,
Can you provide your email address? Thank you in advance.
okay. I'll put that in the chat.
All righty. Thank you so much. Well, I really appreciate your sharing today. I think this was good information. I'm going to share, let's see, we're going to roll on into our next topic. And because the next topic I'm not going to promise we'll take a break afterwards. We'll see. But just in case, if you need to get up for a minute, please do. But we're going to get ready to roll into our next topic, which is mentoring. And I feel very fortunate in the regional council. Our regional council is again going to be on the leading edge. We're putting together a mentoring initiative. And two of our members, Ms. Jackie and Dave Walls, will be sharing more about how the council is going to do that. But kind of to give an overview of how the value that mentoring can add, we've invited Ms. Bernie Thompson to join us today. I've known Bernie for a few years, and I've watched her grow through her ranks. She's got a breadth of knowledge and experience, and I look forward to hearing what Ms. Bernie Thompson, who is currently an SES with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, has to share with us today. Ms. Bernie, I'm passing the mic over to you. There you go.
Good afternoon. And Kay, first of all, I want to say thank you to you and thank you to the team for inviting me this afternoon to speak on the topic of mentorship. As Kay indicated, I've kind of been around for a little bit. A little bit of background on me. I'm an Army veteran of 25 plus years. I've been in federal service now for at least 10 plus years. And for my most recent appointment was to the Senior Executive Service with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. But it's my pleasure to be here this afternoon and just share a little bit of the insights with you on, things that I have come across where I found that mentorship, whether being having a mentor or being a mentor yourself, has been very beneficial. So, I dare to say that my careers, multiples of them, I've had many opportunities to do mentoring and also to be a mentor. So I hope some of the insights I'll share with you this afternoon you will find beneficial. So first of all, the key question is always, why is mentorship even important? Well, and I'll use this afternoon's forum as an example. Why are most of you here this afternoon? You're here to learn something. You're here to get exposed to people in the field that have been doing it or have knowledge about it. So a key piece of being a mentor is having the knowledge to share. And a key piece of being a mentee and wanting to have a mentor is getting you exposure to folks who have a fair amount of information in that business line. So mentorship, it helps develop you on several levels. At the individual level, we talked about, most of you are here this afternoon, you're getting a ton of information. And from where I just came in, a lot of pertinent information. But it also helps you work with people or with someone who knows the hows and the who's in the business and even the whys of the business line that you're trying to get involved with or working in. Having a mentor helps you set goals, realistic. Sometimes we tend to maybe overstretch, but a mentor, giving you advice and having a touch point in that business line can help give you a lot of pertinent feedback, good and bad, as to how you can continue to grow and excel in your field. One of the first mentors for me is, as Kay indicated, I've got a fairly long military history. One of my first mentors when I was in the military at a very tender age of being a young lieutenant was one of my platoon sergeants. And At the time, I had just come into the military. I was in Germany. That was my first assignment. First time being in charge of 43 people, pretty much some of them my age, a few older, my platoon sergeant, and being responsible for their livelihood, for the work that they did, for meeting goals, for millions of dollars worth of equipment, and ultimately their safety. But I wanted to come to the forum with a philosophy of how I was going to do business. And having the platoon sergeant as a mentor, he listened, he heard me out. I got to bounce ideas off of him. He shared his, at that time, at least 20-year background and experience in the military with me, who was just brand new, to help me develop that philosophy. And the philosophy that I developed at that time is something that I still use today. I used it when I left the military as a civilian and in my senior executive service. And it's one of I cater. And it's a little acronym that I use, and I keep it up on my board and at work, and I share it with people readily because it speaks to it speaks to having integrity. Okay, and that's critical in whatever you're doing, but it's critical in a relationship between a mentor and a mentee. Trust. Okay, the C in the cater portion of it stands for communication. Another key requirement of a mentor-mentee relationship, but of anything that we are doing, we can never communicate enough. The A is for accountability. If you recall, I just stated that a mentor can help you develop as an individual, that help you develop in your business line. Well, if you set goals, that mentor helps you and guides you in achieving those goals, but staying realistic, and that's the accountability piece of it. The T stands for being part of a team. In the military, that's immensely crucial to getting anything done as a leader and as a follower. But in a mentor-mentee relationship, it's also very important. The E, as I like to say, I spent a few years in Korea, and when I was in Korea, one of the things I learned to appreciate from that culture is the folks are very emphatic. So when something is no, it's not just no. And the Korean word for no is annyeong. It's annyeong, and they cross their arms, and it's a very emphatic no. So I like to say no emotion. That's the E part. Trying to be logical, not no emotion in terms of not having passion about what you're doing. You can be very passionate, but not being emotional to the point where your desire to reach a goal that someone might indicate to you might be too far stretched, or it's not really placed in the right place, and getting that honest feedback, we're too emotional to accept it. The no emotion means we're looking at things from a reasonable standpoint, from a perspective of what is achievable, and not getting so wrapped up in the emotional piece that we're not seeing what's going on around us. And finally, the R in I cater is respect. You give it, you receive it. I give it readily, and then allow, if someone chooses not to give it back, you take the high road, because as an emotionally intelligent person, that is what we're expected to do. So, setting goals, developing as an individual, having a philosophy that works for you in a variety of settings. For me, if I worked when I was a military officer, and it's worked for me as a civilian, both as a civilian employee within the federal government, but now as a senior executive, it's still working. So for me, it's been timeless. But a mentor can help you develop that philosophy going forward for what you're doing and what your business line is. additional things that having that philosophy does is it keeps you focused on goals you're trying to achieve, and you don't get swayed. It helps keep you focused. But, a mentor can also help you learn about your own capabilities, what you can do, and maybe shortcomings. They give you insights into blind spots that you may have that, because it's a blind spot, you don't see it, but someone else can see it, and they can give you feedback and advise, and you get that basic individual growth that is needed to help push you further along as you're going forward. When I worked, so I've had a variety of civilian positions. I mentioned I worked in Korea for a couple of years on a huge project. It was a $10 billion program, construction program. When I came back from Korea, I went to work for DHS as the deputy director for the Office of National Labs. What did I know about labs? Not a huge amount, but I knew about project management. And when I got there, my boss this go around, he was an SES, and he served as a mentor for me as I navigated and learned the business line about medical laboratories. I was a great operational person. I could work the budget to no ends, but the technical piece of it was a little bit challenging. And one of the things he did was, this is where having a mentor can come in quite handy, is he helped me expand my network, because I was coming from Korea back to the United States. I'd been out of the country for a couple of years, trying to, navigate, and who did I know here? But he exposed me to quite a few people in the networks that he had that were helpful to me as I learned that business line. And so if you think of it, if you were deeply involved in math when you were in school, exponential growth, if I know one person and I introduce you to that one person, well, now that one person knows one more, but that one more might know two. So by de facto, you know them plus the two that they know. So expand that on a business perspective. If a mentor can help you get access to networks that they have, they are knowledgeable in the field that you're knowledge or you're trying to learn more about, you by de facto have more access to more people that know a whole lot about that business line. So that's a key ingredient of having a mentor-mentee relationship. It helps you develop a larger network than you might normally have if you didn't have a mentor. That was DHS when I worked at the Corps of Engineers, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. That was my last job before the job I'm in now. When I came in there, I was the deputy chief of staff for a couple of years. That's how I know Kate. But I had a lady who was a mentor for me. My background is engineering. A civil engineer, a project manager, can do all of those things. A huge piece of my job was dealing with the budget, millions of dollars in an organizational budget. And so one of the people that became a mentor, they are still a mentor to me today. They are retired. I'm in a different job, in a different capacity, but we still have a very close relationship. She taught me and exposed me to people in the financial realm that were greatly supportive and educational to me as I went into that job and learned about the budget and doing work within that business line. So again, that exponential exposure to people that are experts in their field and know other people that are experts in their field that can be leveraged by you based on having that relationship. So my most recent career path, I've been appointed in the senior executive service, and I'm working with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So I'm an engineer, civil engineer, project management background. I have my PMP and all of that. I've worked all over the world, Korea, Iraq, Central America. I've worked in Africa, just about every continent. I'm working at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Have I ever built a nuclear plant? No. Okay. But my background serves, my leadership background and my background in financial matters, my background in project management, much of which I got the school education, but I got the goals and the development and learning empathy and working in a mentor-mentee type relationship, my listening skills, all of those pieces, some soft skills, some hard skills, I'm applying in the current position that I'm in, which is I have to give the stamp of approval for licensing of existing nuclear facilities and the construction of new nuclear facilities. So everything that I've done in the last few years and my ability to work not only as a mentor, mentoring others and sharing information, sharing networks and listening to what their goals are, helping them set realistic goals, or what I learned as being a mentee to folks who I expose myself to are coming to bear in the current position. And it's amazing. I like to look at it this way, when you start out in a career path or you have some goals and you're navigating the landscape and the ecosystem that you've got to work in, why not have someone at your side who A, wants to be there, B, has a great deal of knowledge, experience, contacts, insight in those fields, and you can learn from them. And it's a relationship where if you find a mentor and it works out, wonderful. If it doesn't work out, no harm, no foul. You can find a different one that it's going to work for you. But it's a free opportunity to leverage all of the experience that individual has, the contacts they have, to help you navigate that ecosystem that you find yourself working in. So you start out, you learn, but that learning leads you to self-growth, growth in your business line. That helps you develop skills. Those skills, when you apply them, help you make better decisions. They have been tremendous to me in the years that I've been working in different capacities. So, as your decision-making skills are improved, it improves and expands your perspective on what's going on around you. And I think, and I'll kind of wrap up here a little bit to give others an opportunity to speak on this, and maybe if you have questions, but as your perspective grows and develops, now you have the opportunity to come back full circle again, and you can share the knowledge and the contacts and the perspective and all of that back into a relationship where if you were the mentee, now you're the mentor, because they're all intertwined and interconnected. And for me, at this stage in my career, I enjoy sharing. I enjoy the leveraging what I've got and what I know and what I learned over the years, the folks who are coming in. for the sole reason of, you know what, it's gonna make the world a better place. And that to me is a lofty goal. When I depart this world, I would love for people to say, you know what, she had an impact on something. They won't care how much money you have, what kind of car you drive, or anything like that. But if you can impact on the life of someone, that is a tremendous thing to have done with your life. So, you know, with that, I'll kind of stop there. And, you know, Kay, I guess you're moderator. I hope I stayed well within my time that I was allotted. But I'll stop talking here and turn it back over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Ms. Burney, it was always a pleasure to work with you, and I'm glad you were able to come in today. I wanted to be sure as we move forward with this, you know, first time initiative with the DoD Council, that we all kind of have the same idea or similar idea of the possibilities of what mentoring can do. And I really appreciate your sharing your experience from, you know, being early in the Army as a soldier, you know, to today. I think that's tremendous. So thank you. I would like to pass the mic. I'm not seeing any questions coming up just yet, but I'd like to pass the mic on over to Jackie and to Dave. So Ms. Jackie Hacker and Dave Walls, they're both involved on our council here. They are going to kick off the initiative for the Pacific Northwest Regional Council mentoring. Take it away, Ms. Jackie and Dave. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Well, since I'm on the face here, I guess I'll start real quick. We are so excited to have all of you here today that we are launching what we have as a mentoring program. And thank you to Ms. Burney to talk about that. She brought up some really good points that I'm going to bring up, but we really look at, as she talked about, we have so many seasons, SBLOs, we have seasons, small business professionals in the government, and all of us have had years of experience. And now looking at our new SBLOs coming in, real concern that we're not able to, we need to be able to reach out to us and be able to get information from us, learn from us. We do have the handbook, but if you look at, as Ms. Burney was talking about, all of us that have been in this business for a long time have many tips about the trade. We have a lot of things, experiences that happened that we knew how, that now we know how to approach. We have worked with our government counterparts. So I think we've, you know, seen through it. One of the things that we'll be asking is that those that are seasoned out there in the audience, if you are interested in being a mentor, please let David or myself know. We'll put our email addresses in the chat later on for you, but we would like to hear from you because we're looking at, we have construction industry, architect and engineering industry, we have the IT, we have manufacturing and professional services. And so we would like to see that mix from both the government side and on the industry side. As Ms. Burney talked about, I know myself, I've had mentors through the years, and I've been in this business, hate to say, but over 35 years. And I know that many of us in the past with our experience had included the contract administration, procurement management, and then we went into the small business field that became, I think it becomes a niche for us when we do finally get into that, because there isn't a college course or anything like that for you to get into. So when you look at us that have been in it for a long time and our government counterparts, that knowledge, that experience just rolls into our small business professional career. So to begin with, we want to hear from those that are seasoned and willing to be mentors. We want to be able to put that out to our members of who they are and their email addresses, phone numbers, and so that the newer SBLOs or anyone for that matter can have a choice to contact different areas of the industry. And as Miss Bernie talked about, sometimes maybe it's a personality, maybe you're just not clicking with that person. It doesn't mean that you can't contact another within that list. And we want to make that open. It's not really a formality of the program, but we want to make sure that you are always be able to get in touch. Ms. Bernie talked about emotion, insight. One of the things I've learned from the government side is that they don't always give you the answer, but they will help you by telling you some of the mistakes you've made or make some hints to you. And learning that, of not taking that as a personal side, but learning that's a lessons learned, that it's an opportunity of growth, that's an opportunity to do more research or contact your network and find out what we can do better in that area. And I found that I have a couple that were just amazing through the years and becoming friends, because they really helped my growth as well. Because when I first became a SBLO, I mean, I had done it in contracts and procurement, but certainly not in the full-time profession. And and then also, as Ms. Bernie talked about, the network, we all have a network stretched out. And so it just is like a domino effect as we begin to share with you and each one of you. And if we don't know an answer, we know where to get it. And we've got those people that we have built up in the last 20, 30 years. So it's really exciting. We've all had the mentors to get where we are today, and we want to give back. Many of us, we think about, one day we're going to be retiring and we won't be able to share the lot of what we have gained through our years of experience. And so we'll put our emails into the chat. And the first thing we want is to get those lists from all of you that are so willing and excited to share your knowledge and be available to our SBLOs out there in the industries. And then again, we will then put that together, get it out to our members, and we'll keep that updated so that you have a place to go. And I've taken a few. I'm going to give that over to David now.
Great. Thanks so much, Jackie. And thanks so much, Ms. Thompson. It was mentoring, I think, is very important. We've all had mentors in our professional life to get us to where we are right now. And one of the things that Ms. Thompson and also Jackie, you mentioned just access to networks. And the great thing about the DoD councils is there's DoD councils throughout the country here. And I know there's a lot of companies that are in our council right now that also participate in other councils. So the network is so broad and wide, as well as small business professionals. I know there's some small business professionals here today that are in different councils, and we have access to other organizations, agencies, people that can help you grow as a small business professional. Another thing that Ms. Thompson had mentioned was the hows and the who's in the business. We can help you navigate through this tricky world of government contracting. I know for myself, my background, and most of us small business folks, our background is in government contracting. That's where we get our start. For the longest time, that was a requirement for the small business professional career field. So we do have some background. We do have some knowledge of contracts. Now, like what Jackie was saying earlier, there are some things that we can't necessarily say. Maybe we'll hint. If we're in person, I might give a wink, wink. But there are certain things that maybe we can't say or we can't do. But we can direct you and guide you or put you in contact with people who can help you. One of the other things I want to just point out is, I'm a DoD small business professional. And yes, I'm here to help other DoD small business professionals, but I work for NAVC, that's in the Navy. The things that I look at are professional services and supplies to help, our organization. I might not be, I am not an expert in construction or A&E, but if you're on this in the Pacific Northwest Region Council and you're looking to have contacts in those areas, I could definitely help you and point you in the right direction. We have a great team of small business professionals with the Army Corps or in NAVFAC. So, I could definitely help direct you there. Also, SBLOs, I'm here for you guys as well. If you have any questions, in regards to contracts, if I can help, if it's not on a particular contract that's already in solicitation, I could probably help answer some questions there as well. So the regional councils, we are, I like to say a family. We're here to help one another. But that's all part of mentoring. We're here to help each other grow in this big, vast ocean of government contracts. So like what Jackie said, if you're interested in becoming a mentor, let us know. Or if you're somebody who's looking, if you're new to as a SBLO or new in the small business world, a small business professional in the DoD world, please contact me. I'd love to help out. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
I think we've covered it, Kay. We're very excited, and I hope everybody else out there is excited. The seasoned ones, let's get together and share what we know. And it's all about the small business. It isn't anything that's sacred, is that we're all for the same thing, that we want the small business to grow. We want them to participate and be engaged in our contracts. And so let's share and make it better.
Thank you so much. Thank you to each of you. I greatly appreciate the initiative, the excitement, the information, and I'm also really excited that again, our council is the leading council putting something like this together, or at least creating a database that can be shared. And I look forward to seeing how it grows and develops, and watching as those of us that mentor or mentees, how we grow and develop as well. I'm excited. So, and I'm already seeing some notes coming through on the chat. Some people offering to be mentors and some people interested in being mentored. So I think this is a need that is ready to be filled. So thank you again so very much. Ms. Burney, thank you for joining us. It's great to have someone that has made it as far as you have in the ranks to share, your impacts and the impacts that you encountered with mentoring experiences. So thank you.
Thank you, Kay, and thank you to the team for this special initiative. And I put it in the chat, but I highly, highly encourage all of these small business people in attendance today, reach out to either do the mentoring or be mentored. You can only gain from it. So I wish everyone the best of success.
Thank you so much. Well, team, we have about 6 minutes until our 1 o'clock start with Mr. James Nagel. So for those next 6 minutes, I'm not necessarily going to turn everything off. One of the things that I want to remind us all, we have the opportunity for voting for the treasurer position. Mr. James Glynn, Glynn, has been so kind and generous as to consider that he might be willing to serve for the next 2-year period. If you are in favor of that, please either send Dave Walls a message or an email, or put it in chat. Just a simple Y will mean yes, you vote in favor of him. If you do not vote in favor of him, then send that to Dave privately. We don't need that to be known. I think that James Glenn will be an excellent asset and resource for our team, for our board. Let's see, 5 minutes. I'll tell you what, I'm going to leave the screens live, But I think I'm going to take just a moment's break and go get a glass of water. Mr. Nagel can get his glass of water. I see that he's already online. We'll see you guys in about 5 minutes. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. I see we've got a little less than 1 minute to go. And Mr. Nagel, your office looks very office-like. You have a lot of books there.
Yes, I just put them up there so everyone would be impressed. So hopefully it's working.
Well, a couple of them have backs similar to what I've seen.
Yes,
Just a couple of them.
Yeah.
In fact, I saw one of your books listed on Amazon for about $350.
Yeah, I'm just amazed whenever I see something like that. It's I don't know whether it's inflation or just greed on the part of some sellers or what.
Well, it's 1 o'clock now. I want to thank everyone who is with us at this time. We've got quite a room full, and I am really excited about having Mr. Nagel join us to talk today about the economic price adjustments that I think most all of us are familiar with encountering. I won't say we're familiar with working with them, but there's definitely some challenges, and I'm interested to see what you have to say today. Now, Mr. Nagel, he is located up in the beautiful Pacific Northwest. And gosh, can I share that you even live on an island? I mean, oh my goodness, it's a beautiful area. He's very well regarded nationally. He is an author. He's a wealth of knowledge, and I feel very, very honored that you would give your time to this council to share your knowledge and information. So with that, I'm going to pass the mic over to you, sir, and let you share.
Well, thank you very much, Kay. Good afternoon, everybody. Jeremy, if you can put up my slides, I would appreciate it. What Kay had asked me to talk about was basically inflation in government contracting and what the impacts that have occurred from that. So, okay, so there you see the first slide. So I'm just going to keep talking about that. Inflation has really been the worst in about 40 years. Now, I fully realize that in the month of July, inflation seemed to have narrowed down a little bit. The administration was touting that it was only 0% for that 1 month. But for the year, it's up 8.5%. And that's overall. Steel and lumber have been up over 60%. Transportation has taken an especially big hit. Truck transportation is up over 25%. Ship over ocean transportation is up over 63%. Rail transportation is up nowhere near as much as truck or ocean-borne ship has been. So inflation is a problem, and it's going to be a problem for a bit of a time. Next slide, please, Jeremy. Okay. It has been its worst in government contracting. Okay. For example, the Buy American Act. If you're not familiar with what's been going on in the Buy American Act, let me just mention a couple of things to you. Donald Trump and Joe Biden hate each other. Okay, they probably don't send Christmas cards to each other, but on this one area, they're simpatico. They both seem to realize that the American iron and steel and a lot of other industries have wasted away. During World War II, it was the arsenal of democracy that saved us. We could not replicate that today. So both of them, through a variety of executive orders, have been strengthening the Buy American Act. So some of you have recognized that. For example, about 2.5, 3 years ago now, in order for something to qualify as a domestic component, it only had to be a smidgen over 50% domestic stuff in that component to qualify as a domestic component, meet the Buy American Act. Well, now that's been raised to 55%, and it's going to rise even further. Some of you may know that when was it, March 7th, the FAR issued FAC, Federal Acquisition Circular 2022-05. So it was issued on March 7th. It will not become effective until October 25th. Why? Why such a long lead time? Because this is going to make some big changes. So on midnight, October 25th, that FAR will become effective, which will say, oh, no, now it was 55% in order to qualify as a domestic component. Now it's going to be 60%. About 2 years after that, it's going to be to 65%. Then toward the end of this decade, it's going to get close to, it's going to be 75%. So that is going to have tremendous impacts on a lot of suppliers, construction types who have been used to working with particular suppliers who could comply with the Buy American Act, but after October 25th, they will not be able to, or they will have to change their operation. So that will make things a lot more expensive, because a lot of items that will be made domestically will not be as cheap as they could be in China or other places around the globe. So that is one ingredient contributing to the higher prices on government contracts. Small business. I'm sure earlier speakers have already talked about how the Biden administration has been stating they're going to essentially triple, in tremendous increases in the endeavors and amounts set aside for small businesses. So even if you are a large business, you're a small business subcontractor, you're going to have to do a lot more of that. And we all know that many small businesses, wonderful small businesses, talented small businesses, cannot meet the price of what a large business can do, because they don't have the ability to spread out their indirects over a huge quantity. They don't get the huge economic quantity discount. Okay. President Biden's minimum wage requirement, when he came out with that $15 minimum wage, remember previously, the minimum wage on federal contracts was about $10.75. That had been what President Obama's executive order had risen to by that time. So he made a quantum leap. That also contributed to the inflation on government contracting. Other wage law services, especially the Service Contract Act, for example. Cybersecurity. I don't know if any of your earlier speakers talked about that, but let me just emphasize to that. Cybersecurity is getting to be an incredibly important aspect of contracting with the federal government. In fact, the Justice Department about a year ago or so created a cybersecurity task force. What does that mean? That if a requirement that you comply with cybersecurity is in your contract, and you don't comply with those specifications in your contract, but you send in a full bill to the government, that's a false claim, because you're billing the government for something that you never did. So cybersecurity requirements are here to stay, and they're not only here to stay, they keep rising every couple of months. Now, many of you might be thinking, hey, I don't need to worry about that highfalutin, top security, top secret stuff. I'm just a dirt contractor. Think again, bucko. Some of the key phrases in the cybersecurity rules are CUI, controlled unclassified information. This is stuff that's not top secret. It's not classified. But the government doesn't want to read about it on Facebook or something like that. So there's an awful lot of requirements that are going into your contracts now that will increase your cost. Basically how you are going to safeguard all of that information that has been provided you by the government. Okay, and then finally the environment. I could have also added energy in there. President Biden's administration has already announced their hallmark will be environment, energy. So there are more and more environmental rules coming out all the time. It will not be long before we have a new evaluation factor. Not how well you are going to perform environmentally on this contract that you are bidding on, but How good a steward of the environment are you? What's your carbon footprint? We want to look at that before we decide who gets this award. So all of those things, basically unique to government contracting, will contribute to higher and higher costs on government contracting. Now, that second bullet there, what are the ramifications for this on the government? First, there's going to be fewer bidders. A lot of people realize we can't put in a firm fixed price quote on this yet. There's too many risks involved. So more and more bidders are refusing to bid on firm fixed price basis. I'm going to talk more about that later on in this talk. And higher bids to cover those higher costs. I just saw an article on Monday, just 2 days ago. The Major General, who is the Army program executive for the Army Missile and Space Group, said we're facing the, quote, the harshest headwinds we've encountered in quite some time. Many bids are coming in that are almost unaffordable. Now, we said almost unaffordable, but what that means is, yeah, we have enough money to award the contract, but we don't have any more money left over for much in the way of changes or anything like that. So the ramifications for the government in terms of the number of bids and the size of the bids has been really substantial. And the obverse side of that coin, in that third bullet, what about the contractor? Boy, you bid a firm fixed price contract and you bid wrong. Not that you made a mistake, not that you made a math error, not that you transposed numbers, but you didn't factor in the amount of the risk you were going to experience. You could lose a lot of money, or you could lose the company. It got so bad that on May 25th, DoD came out with a memo entitled Guidance on Inflation and Economic Price Adjustments. Now, it's a memo. Okay, it's not really binding on anybody, and especially people who are not in or contracting with the Defense Department. But the fact that the DoD came out with the memo indicates DoD recognizes the size of the problem, and they wanted to give some guidance on that. So I'm going to try to incorporate that memo, but I'm going to try to go beyond it in this talk. Next slide, Jeremy. Now, an overview of the remedies are: what is the contract type? I'm going to talk more about that on the next few slides. Can you use any of the remedy granting clauses? I pick the changes clause there. That's the main one. But there are other clauses: the termination for convenience clause, the government property clause, things like that. Now, that third bullet there, Public Law 85-804 relief. That's FAR Part 50. Now, as many of you know, those of you who are in the government, have worked for the government, have worked with the government, may realize this, okay? That contracting officer that you deal with seems like a nice person, gives to charity, doesn't kick dogs, what have you. As a representative of the United States government, that individual has no authority to be a nice person. Rule number 1 in government contract law is the United States government is entitled to get exactly what it contracts for, when it contracts for it, and at the price it contracted for it. And that contracting officer has no authority to give up vested rights of the government without getting something, some consideration in return. Maybe a better price, maybe a better warranty, what have you. Contracting officers have no authority just to be a nice person. Oh, okay, Jack, I'll pay you $1 million more than what the contract says. No, they can't do that, okay? Public Law 85-804 is the only exception to that rule, okay? It's an older statute. Its genesis was in World War II. The actual Public Law 85-804 came out in the middle 1950s. It allows the president or his designees, and certainly the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of the Navy, and such are such designees, to amend, that's what Congress said, they should have said modify, amend any contract without consideration if it's in the best interest of the United States to do that. Okay, so that is the one statute now implemented in FAR Part 50 that allows the government to throw more money at a contract if it will facilitate the national defense, if it is in the government's best interest. Now, this act was used twice to bail out Lockheed when they had some real problems that they were going under. But don't think it is limited only to a giant like Lockheed. It is used for much smaller contractors and has been used for small businesses, but it's got to be for small businesses who are in a very important part of the government contracting apparatus, not just that they're one of the hundreds of thousands of machine shops out there, that they're providing a necessary part or something like that. By the way, when right after the COVID hit in March of 2020, Congress passed the CARES Act. President Trump, one of the things he did was he delegated to VA, the Department of Veterans Affairs, the authority to give Public Law 85-804 relief. So that is possible. But I have to tell you, it's rare. It's rare. So don't expect, well, my costs have gone up 10%. I'll get Public Law 85-804 relief. No, remember it. Keep it in your arsenal of tools, but don't bet the ranch and chicken on that one. Okay. Next slide, please, Jeremy. Okay.
Mr. Nagel, we have one question.
Yeah.
Will changes apply to existing contracts?
When you say changes, I'm not sure what you mean. Certainly the changes clause is in existing contracts. Let me hold that question because I'm going to come up with a slide in a few minutes that I think will address that.
Thank
Okay?
you so much.
Okay. Now, that DoD memo from May, it talks about cost reimbursement contracts. Now, that's the greatest weapon for a contractor against inflation. I've got a cost reimbursement contract. By the way, let me digress for a moment. The government never says contractors will reimburse you all of your costs. The government never says that. The government says contractors will reimburse you all of your allowable costs. So as long as you meet the requirements in FAR Part 31, you're in good shape right up to the cost ceiling. So you have cost reimbursement contracts. And if you have a cost reimbursement contract, inflation is not a very big threat for you. You will be reimbursed for all of your allowable costs. And once you go up to the cost ceiling, you are not required to go further. Okay? Our cost ceiling was 10 million. We've hit it. Okay, I'm sorry we didn't complete the job, but costs have gone up. Steel has gone up. Perfectly acceptable. There can also be cost reimbursement line items in other type contracts. You can have a firm fixed price contract. It has 5 CLINs in it, 5 contract line item numbers. 4 of them are firm fixed price. The 5th one is cost plus. Perfectly permissible. It is not specifically mentioned in the FAR, but it's not prohibited. Okay. Now, in that, I don't know if you can see my pointer, but that I say in there, nowhere prohibited in the FAR. Contracting officers are allowed to do something which is not mentioned in the FAR if they think it is in the best interest of the government, is not prohibited by any other authority. The citation for that is FAR 1.102. This is used quite a lot on a lot of services contracts. The government can fix price the service, but very often the contractor will have to do this at an Air Force base in Okinawa, a Navy ship that's pulling into Pearl Harbor or something like that. So the government and the contractor agree, okay, rather than take a guess on this fixed price contract for all your travel costs, we will have travel costs paid for on a cost reimbursement basis. So even if you don't have a full cost reimbursement contract, perfectly permissible for the parties to negotiate a cost reimbursement line item under a fixed price, firm fixed price contract. Okay. Now then we have incentive contracts, which I'll talk about in a moment. and fixed price with economic price adjustment, which I'll talk about in a moment. I did want to point this last bullet out because I'm always amazed how many even experienced contracting officers are not aware of that. The FAR in 16.103C specifically allows the government to change the contract type even during performance of one longer contract. It's already been awarded, firm fixed price, but the government can change it to fixed price with economic price adjustment, incentive, cost reimbursement, perfectly permissible. The last time I saw things like that happen was in Hurricane Katrina. For example, I'm the contracting officer, okay? I have awarded, before Hurricane Katrina hit, a $1 million construction renovation contract to K to renovate the federal courthouse in Biloxi, Mississippi. Okay, $1 million. There was a fair price for that. Then Hurricane Katrina hits. The federal courthouse is flooded. Now it's got all sorts of yucky stuff floating around in there. Now to hold that contractor to that same firm fixed price contract is $1 million is not a fair price anymore. One might be $9 million. Now, if I'm the contracting officer and I go, I'm going to hold you to that $1 million price, that's a real risk for the government for two reasons. First, it is entirely possible that that contractor, the reason why I'm fiddling with my phone is I have no idea what time it is. So I don't know how well I'm doing on time. So I'm going to get my phone on so I can at least hit that in a moment. I turned it off because I didn't want it to go off, but that's a risk.
You're doing
we'll have to
great,
take.
and we enjoy hearing what you have to say. So
Oh,
I
okay,
promise-
Kate. Well,
Keep
thank you.
going.
But I still want to, I don't want to overstay my welcome here. Or if that contractor says, I can't do it for that $1 million price, I'll go bankrupt, and I terminate him for default. All right. Anyone I reprocure with, I'm going to pay a huge amount of money, $9 million. And if I want to get that back from K, the contractor I terminated for default, I'll just get back in line with all the other creditors in bankruptcy court. So in a situation like that, a lot of contracting officers right after Katrina just changed the contract type. Okay, we'll convert it to a cost reimbursement contract. So remember that the parties can agree. I mean, obviously the contracting officer's got to agree to change the contract type. Now it can work both ways. The government can move up the food chain from a cost plus incentive fee contract to a fixed price incentive fee, perfectly permissible. The government would prefer to do that, but sometimes it works in reverse. Okay, so I just wanted to point that out to you. Next slide, please, then, Jeremy. Okay, now incentive contracts. Now, many of you may not be too familiar with incentive contracts. It is covered under subpart 16.4. There are lots of types of incentive contracts. I'm going to focus on the ones that are tied solely to cost. Fixed price incentive fee, cost plus incentive fee. If you've ever seen one of those, right at contract formation, the parties agree on a cost sharing ratio. Okay, so let me give you an example of this. Say it is a fixed price incentive fee. I award a fixed price incentive fee contract to David. David and I will agree on a target cost. Say it's $8 million. That's the target cost. Target profit, say it's $2 million. I know that's kind of high, but humor me so to make my math easier. I'm kind of math challenged, okay? So the target cost plus the target profit comes up with the target price of $10 million. There'll be a ceiling price of $12 million. Okay. David, you go more than $12 million, that's your problem, David. It's a fixed price contract. You've still got to do it. But the target amount that the government will pay is $12 million. And then there's got to be a sharing ratio. Say it's 50-50. What does all that gobbledygook mean? David starts performing. He does a wonderful job. He does what has to be done for $7 million, not the $8 million target cost. He saved $1 million. Great job, David. Under the sharing ratio, he gets 50% of that savings. 50% of the $1 million savings. He gets $500,000 extra. So instead of getting a target profit of $2 million, he gets a profit of $2.5 million. So the $7 million in performance costs plus the $2.5 million of profit he's earned, the government winds up paying $9.5 million. David wins, the government wins. We're paying $500,000 less than the target price. Wonderful. Say, however, it does not go well for David. The target cost is $8 million. It cost him $9 million to do it. David, you exceeded the target cost by $1 million. You have to eat 50% of that. So you know that $2 million in target profit you were going to get? Well, no, we're going to take 500,000 back from that. You'll only make 1.5 million. Okay, so that's basically how an incentive, a fixed price incentive contract works. A cost plus incentive works a little bit differently. I won't go into the numbers on that because, as you all know, in a cost plus contract, the government assumes more and more risk. So there will be a minimum fee or profit and a maximum. So it's a little bit different. Both the government and the contractor share in the cost savings and in the cost increases. So if you have an incentive contract during a period of high inflation, you have some protection, contractors, not total protection. Okay. Next slide, please now, Jeremy. Now, fixed price with economic price adjustment. These are covered under FAR 16. Remember, FAR Part 16 deals with types of contracts. 16.2 deals with fixed price contracts. 16.203 deals with fixed price with economic price adjustment. The first time, I'm going to date myself here, the first time I had a lot of experience with these, if any of you are old enough to remember 1974, the gas lines. Okay, the price of gas was skyrocketing. It was very hard to get. There were lines at the gas station to get gas. Many government contractors would not take a firm fixed price contract for gas or anything based on petroleum, plastics, or anything like that. So to encourage competition, the government awarded a lot of fixed price with economic price adjustment clauses. Everything was firm fixed price except for the price of gas. That was tied to something. It could be tied to an established index, for example, the spot market for oil. It could be tied to the contractor's actual cost. It could be tied to the consumer price index, but it had to be tied to something, and then up or down. Okay, so first of all, that second bullet there. During periods of tremendous price volatility, some of you may remember right around the turn of the 21st century, China was cornering the market on steel, and a poor contractor could not even get a vendor quote, a firm vendor quote for steel. They would say market price on day of delivery, and that was it. So they prudently would not bid a firm fixed price. So in order for the government to get its contracts, they would award firm fixed price with economic price adjustment. So it's tied to one or two, typically, commodities or labor. If you may remember, after Hurricane Katrina, the price of carpenters, for example, in the Gulf Coast skyrocketed. For contracts with extended performance period, let me emphasize that. If I'm the contracting officer and I'm awarding a contract to Stephanie, that's only going to be 3 months. I expect you to perform the service or deliver the supplies in 3 months. Well, Stephanie, you can pretty much forget about an economic price adjustment. For that shorter performance period, you can factor that in your risks in there. So it's got to be typically longer than 6 months or a year or something like that. The advantage to the contractor, it gives you some protection. I emphasize some, and I'll explain in a moment, against price increases. The advantage to the government, that fourth bullet, you get more bidders People will be willing to bid more. They've got some opportunities there. And the government gets to take advantage of price drops, just like in cost reimbursement issues, just like incentive contracts. If that price of steel or oil or labor goes down, the government is entitled to a price reduction, okay? But I need to point out something here. There is a cap on price increases. Why? To avoid violating the Anti-Deficiency Act. As all of you hopefully know, it is a crime for a federal official to obligate the United States in advance of or in excess of an appropriation. So if I'm the contracting officer and I go to Kathy, Kathy, I'm going to award you this fixed price with economic price adjustment clause. I'll pay you for steel regardless of how much it goes up. If I'm anticipating that it'll go up 25% and I've got enough money sidelined for that, but if it goes up 35%, I've just violated the Anti-Deficiency Act because I've promised contractually to reimburse Kathy regardless of that size of the increase. If it goes up 35% and I've only got enough for 25%, I've violated the Anti-Deficiency Act. My career might be over. Okay, I've never seen anyone prosecuted, but I've seen careers ruined because of it. So the FAR puts a cap at 10%. Now that can be raised in accordance with agency procedures, but the FAR puts a cap at 10%. You may see it raised to 15% or 20%, but not much more than that. There is no cap on price decreases under a fixed price with economic price adjustment. So if I award a contract to Stephanie, fixed price with economic price adjustment for the price of gas, great. If the price of gas drops down to $2.20 a gallon, then the government is fully within its rights to go, ooh, I get a great price decrease on that, okay? So all of that is covered under 16.203 and the economic and the actual clauses that implement that, okay? Next slide, please, Jeremy. Okay, now, here's where I'll talk about the changes clause and things like that. Firm fixed price contracts. If you already have a firm fixed price contract and the costs have gone up a lot and you're losing money, you're hemorrhaging money, be innovative, be imaginative in trying to come out with relief, but don't be terribly optimistic, okay? That's what that DoD memo says, and I'm just going to reinforce that for you. It's a firm fixed price contract. If your costs go up 35% under the standard firm fixed price contract, you have no right to go to that contracting officer and go, you owe me more money. No. Similarly, if your cost went down 35%, if there's no fraud or defective pricing, that contracting officer has no authority to go to you, contractors, and go, you owe me money back. No, it's a firm fixed price contract. Each party assumed that risk. That second sentence I put there in that first bullet, even if your contracting officer is a kind-hearted soul and he or she wants to help you from the bottom of their huge heart, they may not be able to. First, they may not have the money. They may not have the money to give you that price increase. Or even if they have the money, they've still got to have a justification. Remember what I said earlier. They can't be free with the government's money. Where in the contract am I either required to do this, or at least how is this in the government's best interest to do that? Contracting officers cannot be free with the government's money, okay? Now, that second bullet there, the contracting officer may reduce the contractor's exposure without raising government costs. Now, here a lot of contracting officers who kind of like that because they're not taking out more money out of the government till. They're not throwing more money on this contract. In fact, they're reducing the price. They're reducing the government's exposure. So a lot of contracting officers might be acceptable to this. Okay, that first sub bullet there, delete work under the changes clause. Okay, yeah, Karen. I'm looking at our specifications on these desks. We don't need 4 coats of varnish. We can make 2 coats. We can get by with 3 coats, maybe even 2 coats or so, okay? So you can certainly, the government is certainly allowed to change the specifications, reduce the number of coats of paint or something like that. Or under the convenience termination clauses, the government can do either a partial or a total termination for convenience. Oh, okay, Amy. We ordered 1,000 desks. We don't need 1,000 desks. We only need 850. So here's a partial termination for convenience. Or, Amy, when you finish building the 600th desk, stop. We're totally terminating it for convenience thereafter. Okay. Notice that does not increase the government's exposure. It decreases the government's exposure. So that might be more acceptable to the contracting officer. And then the second bullet, substitute less expensive materials. We've discovered that there's we don't need that steel. We can use aluminum. We don't need that type of paint. We can use a cheaper paint. Perfectly permissible for the contracting officer to issue a substitution change order like that, okay? And the government can waive some requirements. Remember earlier I talked about the Buy American Act. There are some times where a domestic component is just prohibitively expensive. It can do it, but it's 31% or more. Digress for a moment. Remember the new rules on how to explain this. The Buy American Act has always been a shield to protect the domestic industries from foreign competitors. It has never been a sword to allow domestic suppliers to gouge the government into paying an unreasonable price. So old rule. Kay is going to supply foreign materials. She bids $100, okay? Jackie is a large domestic business going to supply domestic supplies. She bids $105. Okay? So Jackie, foreign supplies, $100. Kay, foreign supplies, $100. Jackie, $105. Old rule, for evaluation purposes, 6% would be added to Kay's bid. Kay's bid will be evaluated as if it was $106. And Jackie, the large domestic supplier, her $105 bid, well, that's reasonable. We can make the award to Jackie, okay? If David is a domestic supplier, but he's a small business, old rule, 12% would be added to Kay's foreign bid. So David could bid $110. Kay's bid will be evaluated as if it was 112. So David's bid is still reasonable. That has been raised in the last 14, 15 months to 20% for Jackie, the large business providing domestic supplies, and 30% for David, the small business domestic supplier. Okay, but if David was providing, my bid is $135 and Kay's bid is $100, then the contracting officer can say, okay, go with Kay. That is an unreasonable price. Okay, so the contracting officer has discretion to waive certain requirements, such as the Buy American Act or something like that. Okay, but we focus down here on that very last bullet on that state. But the methods of computing equitable adjustments may limit relief. If you've ever submitted a request for equitable adjustment to the government, don't expect that this will get you totally off the hook if the government issues a deductive change order or a substitution change order or a partial termination for convenience. If it's an equitable adjustment under the changes clause, the rule is It's the difference between what it would have cost to perform the original contract and the cost to perform the contract as changed. So if the original cost, Stephanie, was going to be $1 million, that's what it was going to cost you, Stephanie. Now, because of the change order, it's only going to cost you $800,000. Then the government will take a price reduction under that request for equitable adjustment of $200,000. The rule is leave them as you find them. Don't put them in a better position than they would have been without the change. Same thing with a determination for convenience. The government under FAR 49.203 is required to do a loss adjustment formula. Kathy, we've discovered that you were losing money on each item. Okay. The purpose of a termination for convenience is not to put you in a better position, but to keep you in the same position. So we're going to apply the loss adjustment formula. Now, there are exceptions to these, okay? Very often, if the work, for example, say it has 4 phases, phases 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, and they're sequential. You're not supposed to get to phase 4 for another 17 months or so. And the government later on decides, say in the 4th month, we don't need phase 4. We can get by with phase 4. Rather than unleash the government auditors, rather than require Kathy to come in with a tremendous request for equitable adjustment, they just wipe out that line item, phase 4. Perfectly permissible, okay? Now, this item, the contractor files claims, okay? Under the changes clause, which is in your existing contract, which is in every new contract pretty much, the contractor must hunt for a contractual, and I emphasize contractual, act of the government that increases prices, okay? Let me give you the background down there. Very often there is no doubt that an act of a government official has increased the contractor's cost. If you want price relief, contractors, under a firm fixed price contract, you've got to show that was a contractual act of the government. If the Labor Department does something, if EPA does something, don't go to that Navy contracting officer under a firm fixed price contract and say, you owe me more money, okay? Let me give you a couple of cases to illustrate that. Both cases this year, both involved COVID. Okay? One is Aptim Federal Services. It rose out of Arnold Air Force Base in Tennessee. The installation commander, not the contracting officer, decided, I'm not going to have all these strangers coming on this installation and maybe spreading COVID. So unless they are urgently needed, we're not going to allow them on the base right away. So that installation commander delayed that contractor for about 2 months. That contractor was not urgently needed. So eventually that contractor was allowed on the installation to perform its contract. Even a contract that had been awarded before COVID. The contractor, understandably, came in and said, okay, here is my request for equitable adjustment. I need a time extension and I need new money. My costs have gone up in the meantime. The contracting officer said, whoa, wait a minute, I'll give you a time extension. That is clearly an excusable delay. That was something that happened beyond your control and without your fault or negligence, contractor. We recognize that. But it wasn't a contractual act of the government. The installation commander did that. I've got no control of the installation commander. And that was upheld by the judges. Okay. Similar thing happened with J.E. Dunn Construction out of an Army case out of Fort Drum in upstate New York. There, the installation commander said, if contractor workers are coming in from outside a 350-mile radius, they must quarantine for 14 days. J.E. Dunn complied, well then said, okay, we need a time extension and we need extra money because I had to feed these people. I had to put up in hotels for those 14 days. counting officer said, that was the installation commander. That was a sovereign act. So not gonna give you any monetary relief. I'll give you a time extension. And that also was upheld. So very often there was no doubt a government official has made things more expensive for the contractor. And they will get a time extension for that. But in order to get a price increase, they've got to show it was a contractual act of the government. You've got to tie it somehow to that contracting officer. In one case, in the early days of COVID, GSA case, GSA issued a change, contracting officer issued a change order that required the contractor to use a more stringent cleaner than was called for under the original contract. There was a delay in getting that. It was more expensive. They were entitled to that. So very, very important distinction for you to make. So the mere fact that, well, don't try to argue under a firm fixed price contract. Well, President Biden hasn't done enough to control inflation. I want a price increase. Well, not going to work. I mean, don't waste your time on that. The Office of Management and Budget should have done more. So again, don't waste your time. Unless you can tie it pretty closely to that contracting officer, it's not a contractual act of the government. You may get a time extension, but no money. Okay. And don't just think it has to be a change. Remember, it's going to apply whether in contracts that have already been awarded or contracts that are awarded now. By the way, let me digress for another moment. There was a case, a different case. I can't remember the name of it. The contract was awarded in January 2021. The contractor, about 3 months later, said, I'm entitled to a time extension because of COVID. And the judges said, wait a minute, this contract was awarded in 2021. COVID had been out for 9 months by that point. Nothing that you've talked about was unforeseeable. You should have been aware of that. You should have factored those risks in when you bid that job. If this contract had been awarded in January 2020, fine, we would have given you, some relief on that. But not now. You get nothing. You get no time, no money. So if you bid a firm fixed price contract now, where inflation is clearly raging, certainly don't expect any sympathy if this goes to a board or the court, and probably don't expect any relief from that contracting officer. So I'm hoping I answered that one person's question about changes. In fact, let me look, see if I can. Okay, so don't hesitate to ask me about that. So that was all I wanted to say. Because I expect there will be a bunch of questions. If not, there's never a problem, I've discovered, if you end early when you're the last speaker of the day. Okay, so with that, I will stop talking and I will try to answer any questions you might have. I know I threw a lot of information out at you. If you need me to repeat a FAR citation or a case citation, please don't hesitate to ask me. Okay.
I must say, I really appreciate your discussing firm fixed price contracts, as well as the opportunity for a termination for convenience before the business is many thousands or millions of dollars over. I think that's very valuable information. And let's see, I don't want to put anyone on spotlight, but let's just say I haven't seen that done a lot. I have seen it done when prices did go up back in my contract specialist days. And we had a business that I think, gosh, I don't remember now if it was fuel or aluminum or something. And the prices had just skyrocketed. And the contracting officer, I will always respect what she had to say. She said, the government is not in place to put businesses out of business. And so she terminated that one for convenience because, prices were just skyrocketing.
Yes, that's a terrific contracting officer. Okay. War story on my end. I represented for a long time ago a lot of aerial firefighters. They would contract with the Interior Department, Forest Service, what have you, to go out and drop fire retardant on fires in national forests or something like that. So a lot of them had firm fixed price contracts, base year for option year. They were required to be insured and to have bonds. Then a 9/11 hit. Now, if you were involved in government contracting back then, you remember that after 9/11, the cost of insurance and bonds went through the absolute roof. And a lot of these aerial firefighters were small businesses. They had already contractually obligated themselves to perform in that third or fourth option year and to provide bonds and insurance, and they couldn't do it. So you had some contracting officers go, well, you're contractually required to do that. And legally, that's right. But the contractor would respond, I can't. Okay. So if you terminate me for default, if you reprocure, you're going to have to pay them a lot more money. And if you try to get that money back from me as excess reprocurement costs, I'm telling you right now, and you can verify it, contracting officer, you just get in line at all my other creditors at the bankruptcy. So you had a lot of contracting officers who terminated it for convenience. Okay. And very often they would try to do a no cost termination. Okay. They just wouldn't exercise the option. Okay. So one other thing they did there is either terminate for convenience or just not exercise the option, which is also permissible to do. One of those other remedies that a contracting officer can do and not expose the government to more money. Okay. So very valid point, Kay. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you. We've got a question in here.
Okay.
It says, can you provide references for the industry inflation numbers quoted on the front end of your presentation?
Oh, I just saw those a couple of days ago. A group known as the Guardian Group had sent out an announcement. Let me see if I can come up with that quickly.
Or if you want to pull it up a little later, you can shoot me an email and I can send it out to the
Yes,
team.
I might have deleted it, but let me. But it just came out within the last 3 or 4 days, I think. Okay, so let me see if I can. Oh, okay. Well, it came out August 16th by Guardian Group Inc., the meteoric rise of construction material costs. Okay, so Guardian Group Inc. should be available on their website, entitled The Meteoric Rise of Construction Material Costs.
Interesting. Thank you. I know some of the offices that deal with construction are definitely seeing some of that.
Oh, yeah. I spoke to an Army contract specialist last week, and she said that on a lot of Army firm fixed price contracts, a lot of contractors are refusing to continue unless they get price relief, because they're saying, we're going to go bankrupt either way. So the threat of a termination for default means nothing to us. Okay, so it's a problem, and it despite the very encouraging news of last month, it doesn't look like inflation is going away anytime soon. Okay.
Yeah, between inflation and the supply chain.
Oh gosh, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, and that's one of those areas where there is a dovetailing. A lot of overseas suppliers in areas where there has not been widespread use of the vaccine, their backlogs are continuing and continuing. Therefore, their shipping backlogs going to continue. So it's going to be I'm afraid we're going to be in a bit of a mess for the foreseeable future. Okay.
I agree. I concur. Okay, any other questions?
Yeah.
Believe me, this is an opportunity to be able to talk to Mr. Nagel and ask him questions directly.
Yeah. I won't feel hurt if there aren't. Again, I've been the last speaker of the day many, many times. So a lot of people are just looking at the clock and thinking, what else can I do today? And, rather than listen to this guy drone on or so. So if you have questions.
That's not the comments I've seen. I've seen
Oh, okay.
comments like, oh, I'm so glad he's here. And it's so interesting. And let's see, gotta love Jim Nagel, hilarious. So yeah, I'm seeing lots of good comments here, sir.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Well, you tell me when to sign off then, Kay. I'll stay around as long as you need me.
Oh, and I'm seeing some thumbs coming up as well. I'm seeing,
Okay.
yeah, I guess maybe I would ask a question only because of, some of the businesses that I'm working with at this point. When we have businesses that have been in this firm fixed price environment and they have continued to perform without relief, and now they get near the end of the contract and are substantially underwater, what recourse do they have at this point? Or is it one of those where their education has cost them money and maybe their business?
Yeah, that's what I said on that last slide, Kay. I would not be terribly optimistic if it's a firm fixed price contract. And especially if you waited until the contract is ending to ask for relief, the poor contracting officer, even if the contracting officer wants to help, the contracting officer may not have the money, and then they need justification. Bring that to the attention of the contracting officer as soon as you can. Now, the contracting officer's knee-jerk reaction will be, hey, it's a firm fixed price contract. But if the contracting officer recognizes that you're a valued supplier and you're going to go under, there are a lot of contracting officers, not as many as there should be, as that contracting officer you mentioned. The government is not in the business of putting contractors out of business, especially if it is a valued participant in the mobilization base. Try to see if there's any, if there's any contractual act, the government accelerated you or something like that. But be imaginative. I'm afraid I'm just not terribly optimistic about that.
I agree. It's always better if we can get involved earlier.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm sure you, like some of us, see it at the end.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how many times I've had to tell clients, why didn't you come to me a year ago? I could have done something a year ago. Now if you haven't waived it, all the available money that the government might have had is gone. It's been obligated somehow. So,
yeah, yes, I agree. I agree. Okay, well, I'm still not seeing any questions. So, gosh, I believe it's a beautiful afternoon in that Pacific Northwest.
It is.
Maybe it's time for you to enjoy a wonderful afternoon walk.
I shall. I hope you can go right into your election, but I would certainly understand if you couldn't. So unless there are other questions, I will sign off and have a great rest of the day, everyone, and a great weekend. It can't come soon enough. So have a good day, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. It's always a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you, Kay.
All right, team. And we are wrapping up, and we might actually finish up a little early. How about that? Well, I am very pleased to announce, based on the information I have, that the Pacific Northwest Regional Council now has a treasurer. Mr. James Glenn, take a bow. thank you for coming on board. I'm so appreciative of you stepping into the opportunity and to become one of our board members. This is really, really exciting. Let's see. Okay, I better look back at the agenda and make sure that I cover whatever I'm supposed to cover at the end of the day here. Let's see here. Okay, we got that part. Closing remarks. Let's see. I think Mr. Taylor mentioned Gold Coast is coming up, and I believe with Gold Coast, there's also another regional council that is being held about that same time. Let's see, other comments. I think we are, well, actually, I don't think, I know we are planning to have another training event in March. Now, currently, I think I heard that PTAC is holding Alliance as live as in person this time. If that's the case, then we will plan to hold our event prior. If PTAC is going virtual, then we will plan to hold probably after, because people are trying to get ready to attend their virtual event. So at this time, just kind of circle those couple of weeks around the Alliance event that'll be held in Puyallup in March of 23, and know that we will have a regional council event around that time. And now that we have a treasurer, we might be able to consider whether we can meet in person or whether it would likely be a hybrid, realizing that some of us are challenged still with travel funds, but it would be fun. It would be nice to get back to being at least partly in person. Although I have to admit, we've done really well with this virtual format. I truly appreciate everyone's determination and efforts and all the information that is being shared. It's been a real pleasure to work with everyone again. And I am really excited to see how this new initiative, the mentoring initiative, takes off. Looks like we've got some good opportunities coming in. Oh, let's see here. Sorry, I'm reading a few notes here. So the DoD Western Regional Council will be meeting, San Diego? Whoa, September 6th from 9 to 12 in San Diego. So let's see, we'll see if we can't get that one shared out to everyone as well. And let's see, anything else? Alliance is scheduled for in-person on March 9th. So tentatively plan for the days prior to that, potentially having a 2-day training back. And like I said, it'll likely be hybrid because there is the realization that not everybody has a good travel budget just yet. And hey, you know, maybe it's going to be COVID 49 by March. I don't know. I've given up. My crystal ball is real foggy. Anyway, thank you again. I look forward to seeing you again in March. Please feel free to reach out if you've got any questions. Please let Jackie or Dave know if you are interested in participating either as a mentor or as a mentee. Please be safe, take care, and thank you for joining us.